Good morning. My name is Fernando de Mello, and I would like to invite Dr. Hyde Hackman and Dr. Gordon Bean to the table, the front table, so that we can start our section today. Well, Professor Jacob Alice, the president of the Academy, is not able to be present today because he's in a mission in Europe. I believe that he's in Paris this morning. And he asked me to open this section. And I'm representing the Academy and Professor Alice to open this section. I would like to welcome you all to this meeting, to this workshop in the Academy of Science. And it's an interesting approach that's going to be discussed here. Nature and society, basically natural sciences and social sciences concerning sustainability. I would like to welcome you all to the Brazilian Academy of Science and open this section by inviting Dr. Gordon McBean to give his talk or his first comments. And good luck to all, and I wish you a successful workshop. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm very pleased to have the honor for me to be here and to be able to speak to such illustrious people. I see Alice and Manuel in the front row, and my new colleague anyway, I'm very pleased to all be here. I think this whole question of society and nature is so fundamentally important to us. I'm now the president of the International Council for Science, and we work very closely together with the International Social Science Council, which Dr. Hackman will speak about in a minute. I think this is one of the fundamental issues that we have to look at in terms of how does our natural systems and our human systems, our society, cultural issues intersect, how do they affect one another, and how can we work together to address the issues of sustainable development, which is the big issue facing us now. I'm a climate scientist by personal background, and I see the issues of understanding our complex climate system is very important, but understanding how humans will both affect it further and be, let's say, impacted by it in the future are also very critical issues. So I'm looking very forward to this session. I will be actually speaking more formally this afternoon on Science for Policy, Council of Science Pillar, and so I'll get then a chance to show you some nice PowerPoints. But tonight, right now, I'm being brief deliberately. So thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you all for being here. I look forward to an interesting 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like now to give the word to Dr. Hackman, Executive Director of ISSC.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Hello. It's really a great pleasure for me to be here. It's wonderful that the ISSC could co-organize this meeting, and I really would like to pay tribute to and thank ISSC's Vice President, Dr. Eliza Rice, for the role she has played in this regard. Thank you to Iksu Rolak for the invitation. Thank you to the Brazilian Academy for hosting us, and thank you to Air France pilots for ending the strike that allowed me to get on my flight yesterday. It was touch and go. So I'm reminded recently in my office I have I'm surrounded by all the books that are published via ISSC member associations and organizations. And not so long ago, I was going through those books again and came across a volume published in 1974 about environmental issues. And it was a ISSC organized conference in Tokyo. And one of the main recommendations and conclusions was that the social and the natural sciences need to enter into a dialogue in order to address urgent problems of what was then called environmental degradation. This is 1974. In the early 1990s, late 1980s, I worked in South Africa as a science policymaker for the Human Sciences Research Council. One of the things I was involved in there was setting up a South African research program on global change and social transformation. The main aim of the program was to bring natural and social sciences together. So sometimes I look at my career, which has been so focused on this issue, and I feel as though I've come full circle. Here we are again talking about, I'm glad this time, I know Eliza, you're involved in this, society and nature rather than the other way around. But I think if we analyze those processes and the attempts that have been made by the communities globally, social and natural science communities, of bringing these two communities together into joint framing of the problems we face in the world today and joint efforts to address those problems, then it's less than of a circle but more of a spiral. I think we are making progress, and I think ICSU and ISSC have in the last 4 or 5 years worked extremely hard together to ensure that we're not just talking about bringing these communities together, but that we put in place at the international level the kind of institutional frameworks that support that kind of dialogue and that start funding the type of research and activity that is necessary to bring the communities together. And that framework is Future Earth, which I think, Gordon, you will be talking about more later. It's been a complex rearrangement of the international institutional architecture that I think Future Earth provides us with a unique opportunity and the unique context within which we can talk about partnership between the scientific communities towards practice of such partnership. The ISSC has been working very hard in the field of global environmental change and sustainability in the last few years to ensure that within that new context, social scientists can also play a leading role in integrating the disciplines. So, for example, in 2012, we published a knowledge framework called the Transformative Cornerstones of Global Change Research for Social Science, of Social Science for Global Change Research, which I will be talking about a little bit more tomorrow. We've published in 2013 the World Social Science Report on changing global environments. I think these kinds of issues showcasing what it is that the social sciences bring, not in parallel to the natural science community, but bring to an integrated effort, are important ways in which we start claiming a space for the social science voices to be part of framing the issues that we address. So I'm very excited about continuing this conversation in the context of new international institutions such as Future Earth, and to explore the way forward in this further collaboration between ICSU and ISSC. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, before we start the first section, I would like to invite Dr. Manuel Limonta to address a few words to us.
Okay. Good morning to all of you. Thank you very much. I would like in the first place to thank because of different situations she had to face to come here to finally we have her here among us. Our dear President Gordon McQueen, who is facing as well some days starting his ICSU office. And I'd like to thank very deeply our Brazilian Academy of Science. They have been always very helpful. And on behalf of our organization, the ICSU ROLAC, ICSU Latin American and the Caribbean organization, we like to thank Fernando Garcia de Melo and to convey through him our thank to Jacob Palis, the president of this academy. I like to take advantage of this opportunity of the micro to greet and to thank very deeply to this lady, Elisa Reis. She is the main organizer of this meeting. She has been very worried about all the things, and she prepared all the details of this activity. Also, taking advantage as well, I'd like to greet Alice Abreu. She was the former, she's the former director of this office. So this office precisely was here and moved from here to Mexico. So thank you very much for all the work. Well, actually, I also like to take advantage of the microphone to greet some other personalities and important participants. Professor Carlos Nobre, who is present here, escorting us in this meeting. Gerson Lima, Professor Gerson Lima, he was the person through FAPERS most interested in this meeting. He also is a member of our regional committee, so we have had a great support from him from a long time. So thank you very much. And of course, Luis Davidovic from the Academy, also present, always present in everything of the Academy. So we always find Luis here working and doing things. And of course, Professor Jose Franco, the former president of the Mexican Academy of Science. He has finished his term recently, so thank you very much, Pepe, for being here. And some other distinguished professors like Jose Luis Moran, who is the vice president of the Mexican Academy of Science. I like also, and also he's the chairman of our regional committee, so he's wearing two caps or two hats here. And our dear friend as well, Ernesto Fernandez Polcuch, from the UNESCO office. And then so many important participants from this different part of Latin America. So we are frankly very happy that finally we could organize this meeting here, thanks to the effort done by Elisa, by Gerson, and by the Academy of Science. So welcome on behalf of ICSU, on behalf of the Academy of Science, and we are very happy that finally we could start walking through this connection of natural and social science, and we hope that this will grow properly and that we will be able to achieve important results in our endeavor for the work of future Earths, sustainable energy, and disasters, and all of these activities that ICSU and the Academy are helping us to go on. Thank you to all of you, all the participants. Thank you.
Well, we should move on now. To start the first section, the social responsibility of science and the challenges of the present. I would like to invite Dr. Elisa Reis will start to chair this section. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. I call the participants of this first section to the table, Professor Luis Davidovich, Professor Claudio Beato, and Professor Ricardo Paes de Lara. As Limonta, I'll take some 5 minutes maybe to say a few words before I give the floor to the participants. But let me take the opportunity to welcome the participants of this symposium on society and nature, and thank you for accepting our invitation to engage in this dialogue between social and natural science. We know that the demand for our particular research agenda put increasing demands for inter- and transdisciplinary efforts. But we also know that the different protocols of social and non-social science do not make it easy to cross some disciplinary borders. Furthermore, we also know that there are reciprocal prejudices to be overcome. Yet, we fully recognize that science, be it social or natural, experimental or not, is justified by its social function. We all share the social relevance value. With regards to the particular concern of this symposium, the dilemmas posed to us by the sustainability desiderata, we are embracing a new worldview as challenging as it was about 2 centuries ago, the new worldview at the time that gave origin to the notion of societal development as something not only desirable but viable and permanent. I mean, the notion taken for granted in the pre-modern world that humans were irrevocably subordinated to the caprices of gods or nature came gradually to be completely replaced by the notion that persistent growth was normality, while economic stagnation was a disease to be combated. Today, we are witness to a new worldview that makes us aware that unless we enforce self-sustained growth, we will not be able to carry on the development project. If in the pre-modern world, humans thought of nature as something they had to protect themselves from, modernity brought the idea that nature is to be conquered thanks to the purposeful use of reason and technological invention. Presently, in this era, some call second modernity, or others prefer to call late modernity, we came to realize that nature is to be nurtured so that development can go on. That simply conquering nature, as earlier modernizers advocated, we will kill the chicken of the golden eggs. We also are aware that while it's true that the sustainability challenge is something that is relevant for the whole humanity, there are different patterns and different rhythms for the distribution of the risks and costs across society. That is to say, some social segments or groups are significantly more vulnerable than others. Of course, in the end, society shares many positive or negative externalities generated by the way nature is dealt with. But if in the long run we will all be dead, it's also very true that now and then real people may suffer much more or much less, depending on the aggregate results, the human contributions dedicated to reduce hunger, physical pain, poverty, ignorance, and many other forms of discomfort and suffering. Scientists across the world face the ethic demand to contribute to improve the material and ideal means to reduce human suffering. The task is immense, the battles piecemeal. It is in this spirit that we established our scientific agenda and confer a place in it to the effort to establish conversations across our disciplinary borders. With this optimist message in the name of the Brazilian Academy of Science and of the International Social Science Council, my two hats here, I conclude these introductory notes expressing once again our gratitude to the participants and to the public, to each who contributed so much to this meeting. And without further ado, I pass the word to the session presenters. Each one of them will have 20 minutes, 5 minutes to the end, I'll tell you. Now the floor is yours. We start in the order of the program. So, Mr. Tovich, first.
You see, this is the famous plug and pray system, not plug and play. It was working before. Good morning. You know, I'm very happy to be here. I thank Elisa and the organizers of this meeting for inviting me to speak here. Some of you may have this strange feeling of deja vu with this presentation, because indeed many of the slides I presented in the World Science Forum. And unfortunately, the situation of the world has not evolved too much since then. So many of the points I presented there, they're still points to be pursued. So this image that you're seeing there was actually an image that was seen by Yuri Gagarin in April 12, 1961. And that was the first time a human being saw the Earth from outside, which is a symbolic step towards having a planetary conscience about the planet we live. Now, it's interesting because if we imagine a being from outside space approaching Earth from the dark side, then he or she or it will see a very interesting scenery. If this being looks closely at the Earth at night, then he'll remark that, you know, the light is distributed in a funny way. It looks like the population of the Earth is concentrated here in the United States, in Europe, also in this small region here, which is Saudi Arabia. But of course, you all know that here in the North America, you have about 300 million inhabitants, when in Africa there is more than 1 billion inhabitants. So the conclusion of this being from out space will not be right. The distribution is not of population is not concentrated in these areas. It's interesting that many other maps have the same kind of distribution. For instance, if you look at the energy consumption on Earth, you see again this kind of distribution. Red stands for over 10,000 kilograms of oil equivalent per capita per year. You see again the same concentration here, here, here. If you look at water consumption, again, you'll have the same kind of concentration. Yellow is for less than 220 liters per person per day. Deep blue is in this region here. up to 14,000 liters per person per day. If you look at food security, again, the same kind of distribution. You see here, green stands for low risk of food security. Again, the same kind of distribution. Red means extreme risk, and these numbers here kind of order the countries by the food security risk. If you look at the percentage of people living on less than $2 a day, again, you'll have the same kind of distribution, about the same. You see that in these blue regions, you have under 2% of the people living on less than $2 a day. In the black region, you have over 80% of people living with less than $2 a day. Last map, if you look at the tons of CO2 emission per capita per year, again, the same kind of distribution. Here are the countries that emit about 30 tons of CO2 per capita per year. And then in white, you have the countries that emit much less. So this collection of maps points out to strong, big challenges for science and also for governance. And we could list some of the challenges like this: food security, water supply, energy supply, aging, diseases, sanitation, climate change and air pollution, natural disasters, science education, quality education for all, sustainable use of biodiversity, management of huge urban agglomerations, sanitation, transportation, education, energy, food, and water supply, everything that comes together with this urban policy and urban science. And also the question of ethics, which has to do with responsibility towards social inclusion and the reduction of inequality. So it's a big list which points out to the challenges that necessarily involve a connection between natural sciences and social sciences. I always find these divisions very strange, you know, like if social science were not natural, and natural science are not social. There are other possible divisions. People sometimes call about exact science, so that the others will be inexact, or maybe human science, and then my part will be inhuman, right? Exact science. Anyway, they are all science. They represent knowledge about the world, about the human being, and they are needed here in this situation. There are also big challenges for government, for global governance, and these are just two examples. There are projects for climate engineering, which are very audacious projects, and that clearly require a global governance, because they are clever projects, because they can also cause severe harm to the planet. There is a problem of governance of the high seas, and that's, you know, that belongs humanity, and that's also an open problem, which is a very tricky one. So you see that just in these few slides, you have everything together. You have science, you have natural sciences, you have social sciences, and you have governance as well. In fact, the scientific community has done, I think, pretty well with respect to governance, or trying to reach the powers of the earth. And these are just some examples of this work by the scientific society. We have these several associations that produce interesting studies about energy, about food security, and so forth. You even have some organizations like this one, Israeli-Palestinian Science Organization, that does some very interesting work, putting together scientists from Israel and Palestine. So this is science for peace, really, but in action. So, you know, you have all these efforts. However, there is a big problem with translation. And this problem can be characterized by this slide here. We are still missing a key translator from rhetoric into action. Now, so how can we go around it? How can we reach the governments, how can we reach the politicians, and try to have them really act on these kind of problems. Well, there are several things that one can do, and I would like to give you an example from Brazil. It's an example from which has a limited reach, and as the years go by, we see that the consequences of that were smaller than we would like. Anyway, in 2010, we had this 4th National Conference of Science, Technology and Innovation. I'm talking about it because I was the Secretary General of that conference. In a period of 3 days in Brasilia, we had 4,000 participants, more than 40,000 internet accesses. And in this conference, everything connected with science was discussed. It was preceded by regional meetings, dialogue between academy, government, business, labor unions, social movements. They're all present in this conference. We had important confederations, for instance, of industry present there. We have labor unions, of course, academy, many people from government, social movements. They're all discussing science and its possible applications for the benefit of society. The blue book from the conference has a collection of very important recommendations. Some of them were followed, many of them were forgotten by the government. So we are still willing to have them followed and applied by the government. So this is an example of an action which one might take in order to make the society aware of science and participate also in this very important dialogue. Now, I told you about Brazil. I would also like to tell you a little bit about Latin America and Caribbean. What I'm going to show you is the result of discussions we have had in Latin America and Caribbean for many years. And from those discussions also had many recommendations. So it's clear that we have in this region the largest sink of carbon from the planet. We have huge water basins and a huge biodiversity. At the same time, we have a strong social inequality, a high vulnerability to natural disasters, a small number of researchers, a deficient educational system, and exports dominated by commodities. So there is a long way to go, and there are big challenges in this region as well. Now, many proposals have been advanced in recent years. For instance, one of the proposals was to have multi-user labs that would focus on Latin American problems, a regional open access environment to make it easier to exchange scientific knowledge. Science education is a big problem in the region. I think it's not only in the region. Recent publications by the National Academy of Sciences in the United States have pointed out to this problem. They even have a book that is called Rising Above the Gathering Storm, in which they emphasize that science education should play a special role in the priorities of the government and in the community also. New financing mechanisms for collaboration in the region, and national laws favoring collaboration in the region with less bureaucracy. So some of the recommendations. Now, if we want to invent the future in this region and even worldwide, we need to develop science and technology as a shared regional and global responsibility. We need digital libraries of science and technology with universal access, virtual networks of excellence, linking scientific talents of entire regions in the globe with a multidisciplinary approach. We need education beyond the school, and I think that's something that is strongly felt in many countries. A reformulation of structure and programs of higher education towards more interaction between disciplines. Global funding mechanisms should be strengthened for support of science and technology in developing nations. Global institutional funds supporting centers of excellence and multi-user labs of national or regional character. This is a recommendation which was, we were discussing that before Future Earth. And I think Future Earth is a very nice example of that. A global, so to have a competitive grant system, again, Future Earth is an example. But I would like to, since I mentioned that, to just make a comment about this item here, which is very much close to us. Many of us here we are university people, and we have a very special role to play in this part, in this reformulation of structure and programs of higher education. And in fact, in many regions of the globe, and I should say in Latin America in special, programs, university programs, higher education programs are really very much outdated and focus on specific disciplines. While in other places, we have this effort to emphasize an interdisciplinary approach. So this is an example from Harvard. Lawrence Summers was the president of Harvard from 2001 to 2006. And in the program reform that he led in Harvard at that time, he mentioned in the program that it's a very interesting sentence, an educational culture where it is an embarrassment not to know the names of 5 plays by Shakespeare, but okay not to know the difference between a gene and a chromosome is not culture. So it's really a new view of culture, and I think it's a view of culture which we need in our contemporary world. Now, the new curriculum of Harvard is such that students must follow a course in each of the following groups. And that's not just following the course, it's really what they call activity-based learning. So you see the 8 groups here. It includes aesthetic and interpretive understanding, culture and belief, empirical reasoning, ethical reasoning, science of living systems, science of the physical universe, societies of the world, United States and the world. I mentioned that as an example of the role that universities can play in order to stimulate and emphasize interdisciplinarity. We should start with the education of our students. Now, of course, in all these slides, I have mentioned science with this prospect of contributing to solve some big challenges that exist today for humankind. But I would like also to mention another side of science, which is a more prospective side, which is a less utilitarian side of science. And I think we should keep that in mind. I think a good example of that was an example from 1850. You know, Faraday, fantastic physicist, made demonstrations of electricity for the court of England. And on one occasion, the Minister of Finance of England, always we have the Ministers of Finance asking this kind of questions. So the Minister of Science asked him what was the practical value of electricity. And Faraday answered like that: "One day, sir, you may tax it." Now we could look at another example, and you know I'm a physicist, so I'll give an example also from the area of physics. In the beginning of the 20th century, you have these bright young people here. They had their ages was between the 20s and 20 years old and 30 years old. Schrödinger was a little bit older at the time. He was 32, 33 years old. Young people who were playing with a new vision of nature, quantum physics. And in fact, they did not have any idea of the possible applications of that new view of nature. And they were moved really by curiosity, passion, and fascination. They were not moved by possible applications of what they were doing. And yet, many years after that, there was this paper published in Scientific America that was in the year 2001, celebrating the 100th anniversary of the beginning of quantum physics. John Wheeler and Max Tegmark wrote this paper, 100 Years of Quantum Mysteries. In there, they wrote that an estimated 30% of the United States gross national product was based on inventions made possible by quantum mechanics, from semiconductors in computer chips, to lasers in compact disc players, magnetic resonance, imaging in hospitals, and much more. So, inventing the future has to do with that. Has to do with science moved by passion, by curiosity. And in fact, if I'm saying that, I'm still having a kind of utilitarian bias, because I'm telling you that science may be good because in the future there will be applications. Now, not necessarily so. You have all heard about this Large Hadron Collider, the discovery of the Higgs boson, and frankly, nobody knows if that's going to be useful for humanity in a utilitarian sense. However, it's quite clear that it may be useful in other senses. By the way, there is this project between Israel, Iran, Jordan, and Turkey. It's a multi-million-dollar size project. They want to build an accelerator so as to have a collaboration between these people. So this is one application of this kind of science for peace, science for collaboration. But I think we should go ahead of that, because if you look at the cosmos, you are not thinking about possible applications. You are thinking about passion and curiosity. You are thinking about culture. Again, the main moving forces are curiosity, passion, and fascination. And with that, I think we should mention some sentences by famous people in science that show the connection between science and other human endeavors. Planck would say that it's impossible to make a clear cut between science, religion, and art. The whole is never equal simply to the sum of its various parts. Einstein would say that the most beautiful thing we experience is mysterious. It is the source of all true art and all science. He to whom this emotion is a stranger, who can no longer pause to wonder and stand wrapped in awe, is as good as dead. His eyes are closed. In Dirac, a famous physicist, would say, a theory with mathematical beauty is more likely to be correct than an ugly one that fits some experimental data. Okay? So that shows that science is very intimately connected to art and to other branches of culture. And it's not by chance that Einstein had a study group on philosophy and physics with two friends, and they had discussions, and all these people here, look at Poincaré here, Spinoza, Miguel de Cervantes. Picasso had La Bande à Picasso, also with friends, where they read many and discussed many interesting books. And actually, both Einstein and Picasso had access to La Science et l'Hypothèse of Poincaré. Picasso got this book from a friend, which might explain their view of nature, which has some points in common. So Poincaré would say, the scientist does not study nature because it is useful. He studies it because he delights in it. And he delights in it because it is beautiful. And Pablo Picasso would say that the painter's study should be a laboratory. There one does not make art in the manner of a monkey, one invents. Painting is a play of the mind. So both are really doing the plays of the mind when they are doing art and science. And perhaps it's not a coincidence that the Demoiselle d'Avignon and the electrodynamics of moving bodies appeared at about the same time, both exploring the subtleties of higher dimensions and trying to understand these higher dimensions in an artistic way or in a scientific way. To finish, I would like to say that inventing the future means also several things that maybe should be added to the contemporary Declaration of Human Rights. One of them is that every child in the world should have the right to quality education, quality health services, proper water and food, and equal opportunity to develop. More than that, and I use here the words of Brian Greene, who is a physicist doing street theory, it is the birthright of every child. It is a necessity for every adult to look out on the world and see that the wonder of the cosmos transcends everything that divides us. And I would like to add my own words on that. Due to a subtle quirk of the evolution of the human species, the passion for science serves humanity, revolutionizes people's daily life, affects social organization, ways, and causes. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for the invitation, Lisa, President Academy of Science. I'm on the stage of President Free. Okay, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. And thanks to Elisa Reis and the Brazilian Academy of Science. And I will add one more challenge to the presentation of Professor Davidovich, that is crime and violence. And crime and violence is one of the most important issues in developing countries. And when the issue most closely associated to the growth of crime and violence in Brazil is urbanization. But what is the relationship of violence in urban space? What are the implications for prevention programs? Cities are like social mosaics within which distinct groups are distributed, which have very well-defined territorial limits, but very distinct social and economic makeups. It's important to understand these mosaics to prevent crimes. These are some numbers, some figures about the crime and violence problem in Brazil. We have a huge and dramatic increase in the last years. Between 80s and the recent years, we have more than 1,200,000 people that died by murder. And if you discuss the problem in traffic accidents, we have almost 1 million people that died in traffic accidents. And the dramatic aspect in this is that is a question that affects mainly the youth. Youth are the main victims in Brazil, and in other countries in Latin America is not so different. I think that's only magnitude. And youth are dying in Brazil. More than 400,000 are victims of homicides, 200,000 victims on traffic accidents. Well, when you look what's happening in terms of Brazil, there is some interesting characters in the homicides. They are very well concentrated, and we have some kind of contagion effect here. For example, in the last years, we are watching an increase of crime in the northeast region of the country, and in the past, the southeast is the region that concentrated more the homicides in the country. You know? It's interesting because this is the region where the federal government put more investment in the last years. We change a lot in terms of inequality, we change a lot in terms of economic development, and despite that, we have an incredible increase in the crime rate. This is the concentration now. Now we have a kind of concentration that, especially in the northeast region. You know? And it's important to understand this because crime need evidence-based policy to have an effective approach to this. And I would like to discuss some of the characteristics of this evidence approach to the crime and violence problem. First of all, we need to understand the patterns and the regularities of the events in crime and violence. In general, there is a general law in criminology that disobeys a Pareto distribution. There is some few places that concentrate a lot of crime, and some few people commit a lot of crime also. We have to understand the distribution. It's obvious, but it's difficult to identify exactly where they are happening. And evaluating the results. It's interesting because this is an area where people don't like to evaluate very well what they are doing. This, for example, is the Pareto distribution of violent crime in Rio de Janeiro. It's interesting. This is the Pareto distribution of violent crime in Rio de Janeiro. Insecurity and fear, as well as crime, are extremely concentrated spatially. Concentration and diversity are the most common elements in this distribution. Crime takes place in a specific location at specific times, following very, very clear pattern. And as you can see in this slide, 50% of the mapped occurrence of violent crime in Rio de Janeiro are concentrated little more than 100 of the almost 8,000 census districts in the city. Or we have some very few places where it happens more the crime. These are the places. We can see this is a map that shows the autocorrelation, Moran's autocorrelation, where you can see the effect that neighbors have in another neighbors in terms of crime. It's interesting because it's very common that neighbors with low crime rates also are neighbors of another low crime rates. And on the contrary is true. We have some specific places where their neighbors are high crime rates. This is interesting to understand because we can see the contagion effect to that we need to understand the distribution of crime. And this is another example. In my city, we have a kind of zip law, or again, Pareto's distribution. And the slide shows how the distribution is made. In a graph divided into two 1,500 census districts, we have 8% of these sectors concentrating more than 30% of violent crimes in the city. This map represents this concentration. Especially the downtown areas are the areas where we have more and more. This will have great implications for the structuring of urban spaces. Also bearing implications in city planning. You know, our manager of the city needs to know this distribution to make some arrangements in terms of the plan, and also to strengthen communities, because communities concentrated a lot of violent crime, especially homicides in the city. What we can do in terms of prevent these problems. It's not a problem of poverty and inequality and crime, because we have a lot of communities that are very poor but not violent. And again, we have to understand the social disorganization that happens in some communities with low collective efficacy, the term that he used, as well as disorder and urban decay in these areas. These are the key aspects to plan the prevention programs in these areas. Let me take another example for another area, that is traffic accident. This is interesting because in Brazil, you usually think that the people usually think that the victims, or the drivers and the pedestrians, are responsible for their victimization. No? Usually when happens an accident, the driver is the main responsible, or the pedestrian, they are careless to walk in the streets. And it's interesting because when we see the data, no, first of all, we have a clear pattern of distribution of crime in the time. No, we have here some periods of the year where happens more accidents, and we have accidents that happens more often. No? This is, for example, this cloud of words shows what are the most common accidents and the vehicles involved. No? Well, let me take a look about the spatial modal distribution of the accident. The question is, why people become bad drivers and adopt careless behaviors in the same places and the same times? What's happening is a kind of dementia that happens in people in special times and special places. Maybe it's because not only people but places are sometimes the cause of accidents. Solution can be taken, for example, take some engineer and another kind of strategies to correct the problems that we have in this place. Well, the same also happens in crime. There are two dimensions to organize the analysis of crime in urban centers. The crime opportunity structure to crime happens, and the social disorganization. Usually when we think in urban environments, we have these two dimensions, and what we have to understand is how these dimensions happens in the space, and what are the variables that we have to understand the distribution of crime in space. For example, this is the general model to understand the crime in Rio de Janeiro. When we have an overall look at the determinant of violent crimes, we obtain some variables like population density that are related to opportunity and have to do with availability of targets and to the necessary anonymity in order to commit a crime. This is a kind of rational explanation of the crime. But we have to understand why they are happening in closed space. No? The first law of geography formulated by Waldo Tobler 40 years ago say that everything is related to everything else, but near things are more related than distant things. This is the idea. One way to understand, the best way to understand near things is the kernel map, or by attempting to regionalize the space. This, for example, distribution of crime, and my city will have different points, dots, where they are happening. We can put this in a grid, then we can weight this by a kernel function in a way that close events are more important than distant things, and the result will be this. Or the the vast numbers of occurrences of violent crime become focused in some places in the city. No? Another way to understand the regionalization, for example, is trying to make some distribution of events in some parts of the city. This, for example, is my state, is Minas Gerais, where we can transform this in a graph. No? And this graph, we use a specific graph, is the minimal edge tree, where when you put a line of this graph, we divided the map in two ways, and then we will divide the graph in two, and the computer will then continue to section of the graph various times, analyzing the variance of rates, grouping them into clusters. This is the idea. No? This is the result, for example, of Rio de Janeiro. Rio de Janeiro, we can see in different territories, but we are using specifically tend to understand how the crime is distributed in Rio de Janeiro. Only 10 areas. No? It's interesting because the variables that are responsible to explain the crime and violence in each one of these areas are very different. No? When we see, for example, the downtown, we can see the downtown. We have some variables like population density, the number of teenagers in the streets, and specific time variables that explain the concentration of crime in the downtown area. No? Is especially a case for the opportunity explanation for the crime. When we look in another region of the city, of these areas that we will analyze, we have another explanation related to the social organization. Personal crime in North region is explained by variables like single head family, teenagers, social development index, and rented houses. All are variables that is explained by the social organization component of the crime in the city. Well, let's take a look for specific challenges. What is happening exactly in one of these areas. This is a model, evolutionary model, to understand the diversity of criminal activities. In some cases, we have a simple gang phenomena in some areas of the city, is small gangs, small groups of teenagers. In other areas, we have a more sophisticated elaboration related to the phenomenon of militias in Rio. It's a recent phenomenon. Each one of them is a more complex nature of organized crime. No, it's not exactly organized crime in the way that exists in Mexico or in Colombia, but we are going there fast. And there is a component of territorial dominance that is important. When we see how the cross the line between the non-organized crime and organized crime, this is very interesting because it's a way to understand the organization of crime in the city. These data are for the investigation of militias in Rio de Janeiro, and it's interesting because you can see some graphics that shows isolated groups in different parts of the city. But there is a more central group, a core group here, where we can see that more elaboration graph is a more sophisticated way to organize the crime. This specifically is related to the militias phenomenon, is when we have a mix between crime and politics and politicians. This is happening, for example, in some parts of the Rio where the evolution is to go to the politics as a way to organize the crime. This is what happens in other countries also. Well, it's interesting because there is a lot of way to deal with this kind of problem. Medellin, for example, did a very good, very interesting intervention, and the result is this. It's very astonishing. The result that they got is a decrease in crime, violence. And what they did exactly? One thing is to make urban intervention in these areas. These, for example, are some examples where they build beautiful buildings inside some slums and favelas, and you can see this is a way to increase the self-esteem of the local population, and is a way. This is a library, for example. This is a culture building there, and this is a teleférico, is a device to mobility for people in the slums. And of course, we have in parallel some actions of restore order in these places. We have to manage the two distinct dimensions: is order restoration and increase the urban and the quality of life for this population. This is the same logic adopted by experience like the UPPs in Rio or Fica Vivo in Minas Gerais. The idea is the methodology that we call weed and seed. Weed is trying to restore order, and then seed trying to rebuild the capacity of the community to manage their crime problems or the control mechanism to control the behavior of especially youth. Now, this is interesting because it's a way that combines the two dimensions that usually people separate, that repression and social development. You have to manage it simultaneously. And one interesting thing is just to try to understand what we can evaluate this, because we are talking about logic that happens in different ways, in different places, in different spaces in the city. This, for example, is a way to evaluate it used by the RISE, is a group in Medellin, that they take some satellite photos and try to understand through the images. They design an econometric model in which variables such as covered land, green space, roads, construction, density, and urban settings are used in order to verify if there is a relationship to the types of disorder and the crimes in these places, or disorder, trying to understand the urban disorder and the concentration, especially of homicides. This means try to understand, divide the city in different areas and try to define and try to find what are the significant results that we get. This means that we have to understand the specific groups that are affected in each area by the crime problem and try to develop some ways to evaluate the results. This is a kind of evaluation that we did and the World Bank did in Belo Horizonte about the Fica Vivo program. They designed a control group, then they make paired some similar groups, and then they will analyze the effect of this kind of strategies to prevent crime. Try to understand the decline, and we can see that's really effective. And this is another is a cost-benefit analysis. The problem of Faraday was to demonstrate the cost-benefit that is inventing interesting thing, trying to demonstrate to the politicians that is a really cost-effective way to do politics. Well, this in general is what we can talk about urban environment, trying to join together the different strategies to manage all of them related to social disorganization and crime opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, Claudio, thank you for showing us the complexity of the social engineering to fight criminality. Now I give the floor to Ricardo Paes de Barros, who will speak about the contribution of science in the formulation of policies.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. Welcome to everyone to Brazil and Rio de Janeiro. Every time I'm a social science. Every time I meet my fellow natural science to talk about challenge to sustainability, I get the feeling that our social science is a little bit in a disadvantage, because our dream as a social science is actually to ensure that everybody on Earth get access to all political, civil, but mainly economic and social rights. And as he mentioned to us and he presented so clearly, most people on Earth are not getting the right economic and social rights. So the main focus of social science is actually to fight some kind of poverty, some kind of inequality. At the end, but when we talk about reducing inequality, we're not saying that we should take rights from the people that have, so they become equal to the people that have not. Actually, we are talking about giving rights to people that have not, so they become equal to people that have the rights. Well, if we measure how much, what's the gap in rights in the world, the gap in social and economic rights, not to say in other human rights, it's immense, as was presented here before. So the question is, the route to ensure that everybody in the world has their proper human rights necessarily will require a lot of resources. In particular, will require a lot of natural resources. So actually, we come to this dialogue as demanding an extra piece of earth. So this is why social science is always in certain disadvantage on this talking. So what social science can do? Since we have to give this 7 billion people on Earth a huge amount of rights that we as social science, we keep increasing the number of rights almost every month or every year. And we now have the right to development, that everybody has the right to development, which is kind of quite open-ended rights. So to ensure all this, to ensure everything to everybody would be expensive. So what the social science can do to help sustainability, I think what the social science can do, and that's connect a little bit with Beato was presenting here, it's actually make sure that we provide these rights in a very efficient way. So what social science can do is to design policies where people don't kill each other and make this whole thing very expensive, but actually we have an harmonic society that can actually provide those services in a very, they can provide and ensure all these rights in a very efficient, in a very cost-effective way, okay? To provide all this, to ensure all these rights in a cost-effective way, we need a lot of empirical evidence to design those policies, to spend resources trying to ensure rights without empirical evidence. You are going to waste a lot of resources. And that's precisely how, since we are not willing to sacrifice rights, we are not willing to exclude anybody from this rights, the least we can do is to make sure that we provide this in a very efficient and effective way. What I prepare here, it's kind of 8 domains where evidence it's important for policy design. Just to illustrate how important is evidence for policy design. Actually, Claudio present here a considerable amount of a very nice example how evidence is very important to make peace something more viable and less expensive, because there is a lot of, if you know all the graphs and maps that he present here, actually you can take actions in a much more efficient and you can reduce violence in a very effective way. So I'm going to go quickly and present some evidence. I'm going to present this 8 domains and present some evidence in each one. Okay, well, the 8 domains are like this. I mean, it's very important that we recognize where we are having progress, okay? It's very important that because recognizing where we are having progress, say, well, at least on this area, we are advancing. We don't have to do extra policies in this area. We have to identify why we are having progress, so we understand the causal relationship behind this progress, so we can actually make this progress to continue. Third, we have to identify where we have failures. Fourth, we have to detect new trends. It's very important to detect that new social changes are coming, so you can design policies to deal with this new trends. You have to rely on ex-ante evaluations, so evaluations that in social science, in social policy, in public policy, many times we just implement policy without any ex-ante evaluation on what would be the likely impact of that policy. So it's very important to introduce in social science to help governments with ex-ante evaluation, so we can estimate before we implement programs what would be the likely impact of that action. 6, once we have implemented, we have to do some ex-post impact evaluation to know if that thing actually happened. 7, we have to learn from others, in the sense that an evaluation and a program done in India could help us to design our social policy. So it's very important that the knowledge and the impact evaluation of different programs, every time you do an impact evaluation, that thing it's important for your program, but it's important for all over the world. Anybody that's actually doing designing a similar program will need that information. And finally, it's important to identify programs with no impact. So I will spend 10 minutes here just to illustrate how this was important for Brazil, let's say, over the past 10 years. How this evidence were used by Brazilian government to implement policy. So just to recognize success, probably this is the biggest success of Brazil over the past 10 years. This is a map of the Human Development Index of Brazil. In 2000, and actually in 1990, 85% of municipalities in Brazil had a Human Development Index below 0.5, which is a very low development level. Okay, so in 1990 was 85%. Here in 2000, it's about 45%. Okay. 10 years later, that's the map for Brazil. So we changed from this to this. And actually, we changed from almost half of the municipalities being of very low levels of development to less than 1%. So in one decade, if you want to see the, this is the pattern, you can see that Brazil, it's a bimodal, because we get the northeast in one and the southeast and south in the other mode. So it's a bimodal distribution. And that was the distribution in 2000. And in 2010 is this distribution. You can superimpose the two and you can see the amazing progress. And if you trace a line around 0.5, you can see that in 10 years, we moved from almost half of the municipalities being very low levels of development to something less than 1%. So it's a great success. The question is how you actually did that. So let me change to, so over this period, Brazil get this reduction in inequality that you can see that Brazil starts in inequality very large and it's declining. You can see the gap in inequality between Brazil and China going down, and the inequality is going down in Brazil for 10 years in a row. Okay, so inequality was going down, and we get better living conditions for everyone. What was the determinants of this progress? Let me show you that eliminate. It's very important to understand the determinants, because many people say, well, we did that because we just became benevolent and you transfer income to the poor people. Okay? And the question is absolutely, that's absolutely not the reason why Brazil did that change. That change is much more real than a simple income transfer would be. Well, this is the increase in the income of the bottom 50 million Brazilians. Okay, the bottom 25 in Brazil, it's 50 million people. They increased their income over this period by 83%. The question is, how much was that was coming from just benevolent transfers, and how much was coming from labor income, and how much was just a demographic bonus because fertility rates decline? And you can decompose that, and you can see that labor income was 52% of this decline. So most of the improvement in social indicators in Brazil were actually related to productive inclusion of the poor. Okay, more than half of this group. In a minute, I'm going to show you that that's not true for the bottom 5%. So we do have a problem in the lower tail of the distribution. Well, this may be an important graph, because it just, many people say that, some people may claim that in Brazil, we have this important social progress, but this social progress actually came from abroad, was because the Chinese and the world were demanding a lot of Brazilian products. The value of Brazilian products increased, Brazil became rich, and actually government did, what the government did was not very important. Actually, we get a gift from the world. We import wealth and growth from our partners like China and other countries that demand natural resources and agricultural products. But this graph, it's interesting because this is the growth rate of the poor 10%. And this is the growth rate of the poor 10% in one state, and that's the growth rate of the poor 10% in a neighboring state. So you can see that if so this is the results for two neighboring states. Okay, if you are from Brazil, this is Piauí and this is Maranhão. Okay, these are two neighboring states, and the point here is just show you that the progress in two neighboring states were completely different, and that would hardly be the case if the actual progress came from abroad. If you are just internalizing a gift from the rest of the world, probably this would not be this state here. It's a natural resource, rich natural resource state, and this is a very poor state in terms of natural resource. And actually, it did better because actually it had better social policy. So this is graph is just to tell you that social policy matters, and the implementation of social policy matters. But it's very important to recognize failure. And let me just show you that in Brazil, the children, this is age and this is poverty. And the amazing thing about Brazil is that the children in Brazil, it's twice as poor as the average. In the elderly in Brazil, it's 1/10 of the poverty rate of the average for Brazil. So actually we have a age profile of poverty that you were born poor, and when you are an elderly person, then you become absolutely non-poor. And that has to do with how we actually have our social transfers system, and I will come back later. So that's one problem, and based on this, the Brazilian government actually did a program exactly to eliminate this section here. So he actually did construct the entire program just based on this graph to eliminate this piece here. Okay, create a special transfer program exactly to eliminate this. Well, that's teenager pregnancy, that it's very high and stable over time. Examples: Brazil have breastfeeding programs to try to improve breastfeeding programs. This is the level of breastfeeding in the exclusive breastfeeding in 1996. This is 2006. This is going up. You can say, well, that's a success. The problem with this graph is that what you have here is the degree of vulnerability, and you can see that here is the low vulnerability families, and here is the high vulnerability families. Of course, in the highly vulnerable families, the breastfeeding is smaller, but the worst thing is that the success of our policy show up in the least vulnerable women. So actually the program that was designed to improve breastfeeding among poor families actually reached well-educated and better off families, because they could actually understand better the program, and they actually could implement the program because they don't have to leave the children behind and get to work without any social benefits. So actually you have a program, but you don't have the impact that you want because the program could not reach the actual poor. Actually, the program increased inequality in breastfeeding, okay, between the children of the rich and children of the poor. So that's evidence that you have to use to redesign the program. Well, that's an important graph because remember I mentioned to you that inequality went down in Brazil. But inequality in Brazil is still huge because this is a graph of the Human Development Index around the world. And this green line is the human development around, if you move around the municipalities in Brazil. And what this graph tells you is that if you go from the municipality in Brazil with the lowest human development indicator, which is, let's say, Jordão in Acre or Fernando Falcão in Maranhão, you get human development like Uganda. And as you move around Brazil, you go to Santos or São Caetano in São Paulo, and you get closer to the Netherlands. So actually, if you walk around Brazil, you can see 85% of world development indicators in the world. So if you want to know how human development can vary, just around Brazil, you can get 85% of the variation of the world. Just telling you that even though we reduce inequality with those graphs, of course, our remaining inequality is huge. Well, one big problem for Brazil that Brazil is trying to solve right now, just to give you how empirical evidence can feed policy. This is the growth rate of earnings in Brazil. So this being 130 means that in 8 years, we increase labor earnings, real labor earnings, by 30%, which is very good. And everybody should celebrate this, and that's related to how we reduce poverty and so on. We increase labor earnings of people that are working. And our unemployment rate is very low, so everybody's celebrating this. The problem is, when you look at the labor productivity, and the labor productivity increased by less than 15%, then you get concerned, because you say, well, workers are getting 30% more, but they are producing just 15% more. Okay, in the short run, this means some redistribution of income from capital to labor. But we can do a little bit of that for a while, but not forever. There's a famous economist that say that, okay, labor productivity is not everything, but in the long run, it's almost everything. Because if you don't increase your labor productivity, you don't increase how much a worker produces, it's very hard to believe that they are going to keep increasing their consumption pattern if they're not producing more. Okay, so Brazil has this has opened this amazing edge, making labor income to increase more than labor productivity. That's good because probably correct some imbalances that we accumulate over decades, but that's not good forever. And we are in trouble because this graph gives you the labor productivity 30 years ago and the labor productivity, let's say, today. And this 45 line means that the Brazil labor productivity 30 years ago and the Brazilian average labor productivity today, it's about the same. So we have stagnated in terms of our labor productivity over a 30-year period. So that's complicated because we want labor productivity to go up for wages to go up. But the amazing thing is about Korea, that Korea is on the same vertical line, means that in 1980, Korea and Brazil get the same productivity. And now, Korea, 30 years later, get a productivity that's 3 times the Brazilian labor productivity. So actually, in 30 years, Korea, that used to have the same labor productivity of Brazil, is now having a labor productivity that's 3 times higher. You can say, well, Korea, they are crazy. They want, they worship productivity, so let them be whatever they want to be, and we don't care. But then it comes China. China, 30 years ago, China had a productivity that was equal to 1/10 of the Brazilian productivity. And now China, it's approaching the labor productivity of Brazil. And once China surpasses Brazil in terms of labor productivity, it will be very hard to put Brazilian products in the world and competing with China. So we can say that Korea, we don't care, but probably we should care about at least matching the increase in labor productivity of China. Okay, look to the importance of detection of new trends. Just going to give you one example. This is the graph of the working age population, let's say between 15 and 59 years old. At least in the old times, that's how we define the working age population. Now we increase probably this to 25 and this to 69 or something like that. But that's the working age population by one definition. This is a bunch of dependent people, people less than 15 and at least 6 years old. And you can see that Brazil, up to 1970, Brazil get this going up at the same rate. So you get, let's say, 1 active person, 1 dependent person, you get 1 to 1. Look what happens since then. So the working age population increased a lot, and the dependent population increased very little. And today we get 65 million people, extra million people, able to work compared to people that are dependent. This is a window of opportunity that you have to use it well. The problem is you get this window of opportunity in a moment that labor productivity is not increasing at all. So it complicates things. Okay, and just to tell you that we are analyzing policies to increase labor productivity, and the last time we count, we were already close to 900. So the Brazilian federal government has at least 900. We're still counting, so we haven't finished it, but we have already something like 900 different actions the Brazilian federal government is making to increase labor productivity, and labor productivity is very flat. So it's not a question of not trying to make labor productivity grow. It's actually the difficulty in making each and every of those policies effective. Okay, let me just mention one data that it's very problematic for Brazil, and then I'm going to finish. This is the number of years that your population 65 or more increased from 7% to 14%. Okay, that's the aging of the population. Okay, so how long it takes for your population above 65 years move from 7% of your entire population to 14%. In France, this took 120 years. In Brazil, it's going to take less than 20 years. So that's to say that Brazil is aging 6 times faster than France. And in Brazil, the ratio of the transfers we do to elderly, to children, the transfer for each elderly in Brazil is 10 times greater than the transfers we give to children. And so we are being very benevolent to the elderly. And that makes sense in a country that got rich very fast and has a very small, tiny population with old people. They say, well, let's take care of this small fraction of old people. But since you are going to be aging extremely quickly, if you don't change, if you do not adapt your social policy, you'll be in trouble, because you are transferring 10 times more to the elderly than you are transferring to the children. So if you don't adjust your social policy, you're going to be stuck with a massive transfer of income from one generation to the other generation. So just to tell you that in a country where you have a very quick social and demographic change, social policy have to adapt also very quickly. What we used to say in social policy is that a good social policy, it kills itself. Because if you have a very good social policy that solves a problem, that social policy becomes irrelevant very quickly. So one of the major problems for Brazil today, and that's why the empirical evidence in social science is so important, is that we have been so successful in eliminating so many different problems that we have to move on with our social policy. Problems that we had, like hunger, that we have before, now are very located, very small, so it requires a completely different policy, a completely different amount of resources. Meanwhile, all the problems are emerging and we have to move resources. So the point is, a country with a fast demographic and a fast social change need to have a social policy that move very quickly, and that's a major challenge for Brazil today. And to make the social policy to move very quickly, we need a lot of evidence to design these policies in an effective way, and so not to be a huge burden to the sustainability of the development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Now we have a few minutes, I mean, let us say 10 minutes for comments, discussions, questions before we break for the coffee break. The floor is open.
I have a question for the data you showed. Is it coming from the government or your research, or how did you get the data to put in the graph? For the statistic graph.
Okay, most of the Latin America in general, but Brazil in particular. In Brazil, we collect every year. We do a household survey every year with 500,000 people, and we interview. So we used to interview 500,000 people every year to know about their social conditions. So most of this I actually based on this 500,000 people being interviewed every year, and the answers they're giving to this survey. But also we have a demographic census that actually have a long questionnaire in with actual income. It costs $500 million to do the census, because we actually include a huge amount of questions, so actually end up providing us with amazing good mapping of social conditions in Brazil. But one fantastic thing about Brazil and most Latin American countries is that we are fascinated by documenting our social history extremely well. Actually, one time I was in England and I was talking about this data 10 years ago, where inequality and nothing was really going on in Latin America, and then a British person with that British humor asking me the following: why you Latin American people are so keen in collecting so much information about social conditions if you have no intention to change anything about those conditions? But actually, in the past 10 years, we did change a lot. But since 20 years, it's amazing how much information you have on inequality in Latin America. One of the areas in the world with greatest inequality, but it's very well documented, so we know precisely and in all dimensions.
Okay, Heidi.
Thank you to all three of you for very interesting talks. I have a rather generic question. Given that the topic of the workshop is on the challenges of sustainability, and given the varied specific topics that you've touched on, I'm curious to know whether here in Brazil, sustainability has this all-inclusive understanding and definition. How is the concept of sustainability understood locally and in your universities, for example? In the ISSC, we often have to defend that we take on as a broad thematic framework for our work the issue of sustainability, because a lot of our members say, therefore, you're only working on environmental concerns. And we're saying, no, we include in it, it's an inclusive understanding, including issues of inequality, of justice, etc., etc. And I'm curious to know, given the range of topics you've addressed, whether that understanding is reflected here as well.
Rio plus 20. So I think we understand it in the sense of the three pillars, and I think Brazil is doing very well in the social dimension. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to be doing at least okay, maybe doing good on the environmental component. The economic component, we have problems, but I think we understand it as a combination of these three pillars, even though maybe the social is the area that we are more concerned in society.
Just a comment on that. You mentioned universities as well, and I should say that as far as universities are concerned, I think we are very poor in that respect, okay? Because they are discipline-oriented. Students are specialized the moment they come into the university. So the picture is very different from the example I gave in my talk. Okay, so it's, you know, poor student goes into university, has to pass an exam for going to the engineering school, say, and sometimes even choose the specialty of engineering he wants to follow when he goes into the university, which is, you know, amazing. And it's very difficult to change that, not because of the government, just because of ourselves, the people at the university, corporations and stuff like that. Very difficult. On the other hand, you know, you have activities outside the university which try to combine this understanding in several areas with the theme sustainability. I mentioned, for instance, the 4th National Conference, and the name of the title of that conference was 4th National Conference on Science, Technology and Innovation for Sustainability. And the emphasis on sustainability was very, very big. And in fact, we had, you know, all kinds of sectors from society there. We had Indians there, Indians from the Amazon region. And it was a very interesting participation because they said, you know, we want internet. We want good internet because we want to have contact with the world because of two reasons. First, we want to know what's going on, and we want to tell them what we think about our life conditions. So, you know, but these are special moments. But I find that, you know, our education is very deficient in that respect.
I think that the problems of crime and justice are a main component of the quality of life of population in general. And I can't understand, for example, some data that Ricardo used, the index of human development doesn't have the component of crime and violence problem. And I think that the reason is some counter resist in Brazil also, because if you put this number, probably our graphs will change a lot, for worse. And then people maintain the same logic. I think that we have to understand more and more, and this requires, like Davidovich say, an interdisciplinary team. We have to work with geographers, economists, public health, sociologists, statistics, computer science. We need to understand this complex phenomenon, trying to get together these different disciplines to understand the crime and violence.
Thank you for those two presentations, which I enjoyed very much. The concept of sustainable development is clearly evolving, and I'd just like to endorse that last point. Our own research in Jamaica suggests that crime and corruption costs us about 7% of our GDP, which means that controlling crime and corruption would actually be the single most important measure to improve our economy. Nothing else would actually even come close to that, because it has so many effects on society. It encourages high rates of migration, it deters investment, it means that domestic capital migrates, and so you have a whole range of ancillary factors. But I'd like to also ask you, just to, if you could, you're the first speaker, to go into a little bit more detail, because you talked about, if I understood you correctly, two distinct patterns of crime. One of them coming out of relatively unstructured communities, what you call disorganized crime, which results in a high level of violence, and the other one which is more opportunity driven, where you tend to find more organized crime. Now, did I understand you correctly in saying that you needed two completely different approaches to deal with these two particular patterns of crime?
Okay, before you answer, let me collect the two last questions and then you answer.
Arturo Martinez from Mixu Rolex. My question is, how much the people from each of the municipalities have participated in their own analysis? How much they really provide the data and really look at the result, in the sense that the degree of participation, because one of the things that my colleague was asking about corruption is that somebody's doing outside, but they don't really participate within the small community to make their own analysis and compare with others. So thank you very much.
Okay, Alice, and then I give it.
Thank you. Thank you. I would also like to thank the two talkers for very interesting and talks, but not wanting to be too monothematic. But I would like you to comment on one thing that is another layer of complexity, because I think that especially crime and some of the poverty data, they have a gender and they have a color. If I'm correct, homicide victims in urban cities are young men, black. And if you look at issues of poverty and all this evidence that is necessary to have good public policy, you will see that some of these programs are very gender focused or has a gender consequence that makes them go or break. For example, it is very clear in the last, in the poorest families that are have women as athletes, that although they are really the poorest, if you look at other indicators, families led by women have indicators that are not as bad as other families. Their children are more educated, they have more, their home is more furnished with proper household items and so on. So I think that one very special need to have good policy is to have information also by gender and sex.
Okay, thank you. Now I give the floor to the answers.
Well, I think that the common thing that the presentation have here is the idea of evidence-based policy. I think that this is the most important thing, to try to understand the specific group, the specific places, the specific city, the specific parts of the world that need intervention, that are very different. It has been about the different types of organized and non-organized crime. I try to understand this in a model, an evolutionary model, where we have very simple crime organizations. In one side is gang phenomena by some teenagers in specific barrios or favelas or neighbors. And on another part, the international crime, organized crime, like the cartels in Mexico or in Colombia, or what's happening in Brazil, that is the militia. Well, the idea is to make intervention, you have to develop some different strategies in each of these different phenomena. The social development, for example, is more interesting to approach the non-organized crime in poor areas, in communities, organized, non-structured communities. And the organized crime requires another completely different group. Is a more justice, is a prosecutors, is trying to understand the problems, well, to money laundering and things like this. And the problem here is the information to work, to try to understand. You know, we have a lot, not like in the poverty or inequality, but in terms of justice, very difficult. The main indicator that we have in Brazil is homicide. Homicide is collected by the health ministry and for more than 30 years. But for another kind of crime is the opportunity crime, is this crime is that I say that is a more non-organized crime. We have to produce this data. Police produce a lot of this, but we need more victimization service. For example, we did a victimization service in the last 2 years with more than 80,000 interviews, trying to understand the people and what kind of crime they were victimized, and what's the profile for each kind of victimization. No? And he asked me about municipalities. Municipalities in Brazil don't participate much in the problem of crime and violence. Unfortunately, we have more the state that are collecting and providing data, but the cities, the mayors don't like this. The same way that the federal government also don't manage this problem in Brazil. This is a problem of the government, and we have to change. First of all, because in cities we have the best information, especially for the social organization of crime, because the municipalities have very good information at the level of neighborhood, of the level of small parts of the city, and they have a huge network of public servants able to collect this data.
We mentioned about Korea and how maybe they are mad, but of course, you know, it's important. It's important to realize that Korea had a fantastic program for forming teachers of basic education. In fact, teachers of basic education, especially fundamental education, they are among the better paid people in Korea. There are special universities for forming these people. And they have about 10, if I remember well, 10 candidates for each place in the university. The students they get are among the 5% best students in high school. Okay? So, and I think that's also something important to realize why productivity there is higher than in Brazil. Okay? So education is the key, basic education. And I think education also has to do with social policies in a very important way. When we think about education, usually we think about this formal education, you know, basic education, fundamental education. But if you think about communities, poor communities in Brazil, they need attention before that. Because, you know, you look at the children, you know, now I'm talking outside my specialty. I'm not talking as a physicist, but I'm talking about someone who has close relations with people involved with psychological treatment of children in the communities, okay, in the schools. And you go to these families in the communities, and you find that the children don't have the written word at home. They don't have journals, they don't have books. So when they go to elementary school, they already have a huge disadvantage with respect to children who come from a better favored classes of society. So intervention before school in the communities is a very important social policy. And I should say, you know, that you know, a Nobel laureate made studies about that, Heckman, laureate in economy, and he showed that by far intervention before school is by far the most profitable intervention. We always think about profitable there, right? The most profitable intervention of government in the society. It has, you know, the people who undergo this kind of treatment before elementary school, the crime rate goes down. This, you know, Heckman actually made some meta statistics, right? He used data from many, many years. They followed people who had this treatment for more than 20 years. So they know, you know, compared to people who did not have this treatment. So the crime rate went down. The access to higher education went up. Prostitution among girls went down in a statistically significant way. So I believe that one of the most important social policies that we can have actually in this connection is intervention of the state in the communities before school. And even it should start with pregnancy for these communities, with health services, social services, and teaching the mother. They do that. Even in Brazil, there are places where they do that, to teach the mothers to read books to the children, even though they don't know how to read. You just tell them the stories, and they open the book, they show the children the pictures, and they tell the stories as if they were reading a book. So the child just gets used to this habit of reading. Okay? So, you know, just like to mention this as a very important social policy that you know, it is proved to reduce crime rate, prostitution rate, and to increase the access to higher levels of education, and to increase productivity as well.
Got it.
Quick comments. One is that in terms of race and gender, again, we have, this is extremely well documented. We collect all the data on racial differentials, gender differentials. We have all the data followed by month, year by year. And it's very clear that some of them have declined, many of them are stable, and it's part of this huge inequality. And it's well documented that in Brazil, in Latin America in general, that children, the future of children depends a lot on the socioeconomic conditions of their parents and so on. So we are extremely far from a society where equality of opportunity prevails, which means that a lot of talents that we have are kind of wasted due to this huge inequality. All of this, it's extremely well documented, and much better documented than actually being reduced or taking action against it. Second point is that returning to teachers, actually we should have a simple indicator of every country with the quality of primary teachers. I mean, if you have the quality of primary teachers, you know a lot about the future of that country and probably about the present of that country. And a friend of mine has a sentence that is quite, I think, quite impressive, that she was mentioning the fact that a mother, and that's quite true in all over America, a mother, it's very, very careful to choose a doctor when the children is sick, because the mother said, well, I probably, maybe I don't have a second chance. So so doctors are ranked in the society, and we know who is a good doctor, who is a bad doctor. And if we have money, we go to a good doctor. If the family has a problem with justice and has to claim something, the family knows that they just don't take a case twice, just once. So it's very careful about choosing the lawyer. So we have good lawyers, bad lawyers. But when the family put the children in school, they basically believe that all teachers are equal and they don't care. They say, well, I put my child in school, but they didn't check if the teacher that's teaching that child is a good teacher or the bad teacher. But actually, the evidence shows that if your child has a good teacher that year, that child will learn 60% more than if that child has a bad teacher in that same school. So the point is, teacher matters a lot, but parents don't seem to care. They didn't realize that a year for that child will never come back. So if what you didn't learn in a year, you're not going to actually recover next year and so on. So actually in Brazil, we don't have good teachers and bad teachers. There is no rank for teachers. And actually the inequality among teachers in salaries, it's actually smaller than the most basic occupations in civil construction, the guys that actually help people put the bricks, the helper of the bricklayer. The inequality in income of them, it's almost twice as inequality in our teachers, because basically say all teachers are equal. And in Korea is different, and I'm sure that the way once we say we need good teachers and we are going to pay a very good salary for good teachers, and we're going to attract good teachers, this country and most Latin America will be different. Finally, I just want to mention that for this dialogue, and this month being the month that we celebrate 20 years from Cairo Conference on Population Development, I think for this debate, it's very important for us to define precisely what we mean by the right to development. Because, I mean, the right to development will press on natural resources. So we have to understand, because now we're saying everybody on earth has the right to development. What that means, that everybody has the right to the same consumption pattern of a rich American? Or what do we mean by the right to development? That we have to make, if we want all this debate to make sense, I mean, we have to make more precise what the right to development means. Because if you go to the United Nations, when they celebrate 20 years from Cairo, every country goes there, from Africa to Europe, and say, well, we celebrate the right to development, and everybody has the right to development. To fit this on Earth, probably we have to define what this actually means. Thanks.
Okay. I want to thank the three presenters for their eloquent illustrations of how closely knitted the challenge of sustainability and the social responsibility of science are. Now, thank you very much also to the public, and we have 15 minutes for a coffee break.
Tá. Tá bom.
A apresentação dele está na internet, aquele preto e branco.
Para amanhã.
Amanhã. But you can download it.
The only thing is that in my office, they might still make some changes.
Okay.
I have it in my...
No, they make changes until tomorrow, and tomorrow you download to get it. Okay? Let's recommend it and next up. Okay? Donation. Tomorrow about 10, we download it in order to see and copy it. Okay? That's no problem.
Acabe, ¿cierto? Okay, I think that we need to continue with this meeting, and we are about 10 minutes late, so, and I think we will try to finish on time. I will make a very short introduction of what we are looking for in ICSU-ROLAC and the contribution of ICSU-ROLAC in Latin America, particularly under the umbrella of Future Earth. As you know, in Latin America, we have 4 priorities areas, who has been chosen by the member countries. It was a decision from academias and the national research councils of the region, where they decide 4 areas when Alicia Breu and was the director, and the meeting was held in Mexico. This year we need to really analyze and see how we really advance. But anyway, the 4 areas has been energy, risk, biodiversity, and mathematics. Today, we have the 2 chairmen of the steering committees of energy and risk to talk to us. Because when Future Earth came, we decided in the regional committee to create a steering committees in order to have a new approach to that area.
The new approach was to really mix up social science and natural science. I don't know whether we really achieve that, but we are in the process to do it. And I will say that that's thanks to Future Earth and the work that we are doing in the region with the help of other organizations within the region, like the Inter-American Global Change Institute. So, to begin with, we will listen Dr. Gassoni, that he will talk to us on the and he's the chairman of the Energy Steering Committee. He is a man from the agriculture area, so he is very keen on the question and very specialized on the question of biodiesel and sugarcane alcohol. So, bless you, please. Finish. Porque si no
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, in behalf of the ICSO-ROLAC Sustainable Energy Team, and especially in behalf of our Sustainable Energy Steering Committee, I want to thank the organizers of the workshop Society and Nature for the opportunity to present in our program. Some members of our group are also present in the workshop, like our chair, Dr. Martinez, Dr. Anthony Clayton, somewhere over there, and Dr. Gabriel Blanco, somewhere too. Okay, sustainable energy is one of the priority, sorry, it's not changing. Não está trocando o slide. Não passou. Não passou. Sorry for that. So sustainable energy is one of the priority programs of the ICSO-ROLAC, established just after its inauguration. At that time, there were several reasons to choose sustainable energy as a priority program, and those reasons are still in place today. We can mention the ones we think are the most important. First, independent, official and private institutions converge on their forecast that the world will demand more than 100% more energy if we compare the beginning of this decade to the stabilization of the energy demand after 2050. Second reason, the fossil fuel energy are concentrated, both geographically and economically. Renewable energy sources place opportunities for all regions and countries and constitute more decentralized value chains, meaning more equitable distribution of income and jobs, opportunities, and helping the construction of a fairer society. Third, replacing fossil fuel sources by renewable ones meets more or less environmental impact, especially considering the emissions of greenhouse gases and other pollutants. Recycling, energy saving, and energy efficiency are also concepts embedded on the sustainable energy framework, which largely reduce the negative environmental impact. And the fourth, in general, the use of renewable energy reduces the risks associated to energy production while taking advantage of present infrastructure. It is also important to consider that extracting energy from fossil sources involves mature technology with higher degrees of industrial efficiency. On the other side, technologies for generating energy from renewable sources are embryonic, placing tremendous opportunities for technological improvement in terms of more efficiency and less cost, while reducing negative environmental externalities and providing access to isolated communities. On preparing the structure of the ICSU-RULAC program and actions on sustainable energy, we developed a SWOT analysis, which identified as a major strength the leadership and recognition of ICSU, connected with the need for regional integrated and coordinated actions. In spite of the ICSU-RULAC team being composed of clever and hard-working personnel, we have to consider as a weakness that the office has a limited structure to perform operational actions. The extended team of the program, including our steering committee, is composed of professionals deeply involved with their own institutional and professional demands, which prevent them to further involve on the sustainable energy activities. We identified a set of opportunities represented by the fact that sustainable energy is on the upfront of the sustainable development. Several international agreements and regional or country public policies were set to support the expansion of the production and use of sustainable energy, energy saving, and energy efficiency. The threat is our program not advancing at the required pace, thus not being the protagonist and losing the leadership. The ICSU-RULAC program on sustainable energy is set upon the following framework. The world today faces a complex set of profound challenges on all aspects of our daily life, economics, geopolitics, or organization of the society. The future of humanity depends on our ability to find timely solutions to these problems under the umbrella of the sustainable development. Current scale and scope of this challenge requires coordinated, cross-border, and multi- and transdisciplinary research efforts. There have been many remarkable and outstanding achievements in recent years. As a result of technological progress, economic development, and political reform, people around the world are becoming healthier, wealthier, better educated, and living longer. The world is actually plenty of opportunities for a citizen to express his opinions and interfere on the proposition of public policies or even discuss the direction of technological advances. However, we still face some serious problems needing to be addressed and solved. A combination of population growth, rising demand for food, energy, water, and other resources, the degradation of key ecosystems, climate change, and the associated impacts on agricultural systems and livelihoods, in conjunction with poverty, unemployment, crime, corruption, and failures of governance, are likely to increase the risk of violent conflicts in the future, unless these problems can be resolved. In consequence, it is essential to develop systems that can supply enough energy, food, water, and other resources for over estimated 9 billion people by 2050, without causing serious environmental damage. It is particularly important to improve efficiency in energy conversion, transportation, and consumption, as well as in energy planning and management, in order to resolve the problems of climate change while meeting the need for energy security. This is in the hard core of sustainable development. It's not easy to address these mega problems. Human, social, and economic systems are deeply interconnected with the world's ecosystems. So, it's not possible to understand or solve these problems if issues are analyzed in isolation. It is important to integrate the search for solutions and develop comprehensive strategies that can solve the world's social, economic, and environmental problems and support a transition towards more sustainable models of production and consumption. This multidimensional approach is adopted by ICSU-LAC program on sustainable energy as the overarching framework for its activities, especially those selected for its work plan. All activities to be conducted should therefore address the economic, social, environmental, and political dimensions using the best methodologies currently available for integrating these dimensions into the design, implementation, analysis, and evaluation of the problem. We strongly believe that by adopting this approach, the ICSULAC will take a leading role in showing how scientific institutions can support a global transition to a more sustainable model of development, being the sustainable energy one of the major stakes. So, now let's have a glance on the main lines of actions of the Sustainable Energy Program. We organized our program in 4 major lines of action. Our first line of action is research, development, demonstration, and knowledge management. The second line is capacity building. The third is outreach and advocacy. And the last one is how to finance our program. So now let's present some details of each one of these lines of action, starting with the rationale and background of research, development, demonstration, and knowledge management. So it's paramount to consider the regional energy situation, performing an information-based analysis of the regional energy situation and its needs as a starting point from any other action. It is necessary to perform a data collection and set database management activities related to sustainable energy. Actions must be on the framework of integrated inter- and transdisciplinary research on sustainable energy with relevant sectors and stakeholders such as government, national and local, private sector, media, and civil society organizations. We recognize the importance of cooperative efforts with the sustainable energy programs from other ICSU regional offices when requested, as well as support regional initiatives for the ICSU agenda on sustainable energy. It is necessary to perform an identification of research topics that need interdisciplinary and international cooperation on the region. And finally, it is needed a definition of the appropriate guidelines and the criteria to evaluate, rank, and select research projects on sustainable energy on our region. And the most important objectives associated with this line of actions are: first, identification of research topics important for the region that need interdisciplinary and international cooperation. Second, promotion of integrated inter- and transdisciplinary RD&D on sustainable energy with relevant sectors and stakeholders such as government, private sector, media, and civil society organization. And the promotion of the collaboration among the sustainable energy programs from other ICSU regional office and any regional initiatives related to the ICSU agenda on sustainable energy. The activities under the defined framework and objectives of this line are: first, analysis and assessment on regional energy situation needs and information-based analysis of the regional energy situation and needs. Development of methodologies to define and evaluate externalities on all dimensions of sustainability regarding the production and use of energy. Third, database management and knowledge management related to sustainable energy, including: first, identification of existing database and research groups and networks, and second, development of a virtual platform to manage a database of public access, maintained permanently updated. And finally, collaborative actions between ICSU and research groups and networks on sustainable energy. Then the second line of action is capacity building. The rationale and background associated is the establishment of regional needs in terms of capacity building in connection with sustainable energy at all levels of formal education. Especially identify the needs for capacity building for high-quality integrated inter- and transdisciplinary research, development, and application on sustainable energy in the region. Strong connection with sustainable energy programs from other ICSU regional offices, as well as other initiatives regarding the ICSU agenda on sustainable energy. Support actions regarding sustainable energy, education and awareness, multi-stakeholder feedback into sectoral research. We need to invest on training of trainers, including university professors, consultants, and other specialists. And finally, we have to promote the exchange of researchers, students, trainers, and specialists between regional institutions. Then the objectives associated with capacity building are identification of regional needs in terms of capacity building in connection with sustainable energy at all levels and all topics. Second, identification of regional needs in terms of capacity building for integrated inter- and transdisciplinary research, development, and applications on sustainable energy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Pre-definition of integrative programs to work effectively in interdisciplinary teams like training of trainers. And last one, the establishment of programs to exchange researchers, students, trainers, and specialists. The activities of this line of action under the defined framework and objectives are analysis and assessment on regional needs of capacity building related to sustainable energy at all levels of education. I mean, basic, medium, and bachelor, technical, professional, and scientific levels, and on topics like technical, environmental, political, etc. To develop the Latin American Caribbean skills inventory, it is necessary to conduct a survey on the most important Latin American Caribbean universities and research institutes dealing with sustainable energy. Development of a new integrative program to train people to work more effectively in interdisciplinary teams. Development of programs to exchange researchers, students, trainers, and specialists to advance and promote the science and technology on a sustainable energy ground. So, the third line of action is outreach and advocacy, based on the following rationale and background. First, organization of conference, capacity building, follow-up, and outreach activities. Second, the advocacy for integrated RD&D on sustainable energy. Integrate and support sustainable energy programs on other ICSU regional offices and the regional initiatives for the ICSU agenda on the subject. Communication with policymakers on public policies regarding sustainable energy development. Communication to research funding agency and donors. And cooperation among the ICSU international unions, ICSU members, and other organizations on interdisciplinary issues on sustainable energy. Now, the main objectives of this line of action are, first, dissemination of scientific and technical knowledge, engineering best practices related to sustainable energy, dissemination of information among members of the scientific community, policymakers, and the general public about the risks of delaying a transition to a sustainable energy system, promotion of the importance of sustainable energy development among policymakers, stakeholders, and the general public, and the promotion of the benefits of humankind in the event of change into a sustainable energy system. The major activities under the defined framework and objectives are, first, development of a comprehensive program for the dissemination of knowledge about sustainable energy in the scientific community and the general public, and regarding the risks to humanity of deferring decisions and actions towards transition to a sustainable energy system. Development of a cross-border programs to transfer knowledge and experience of public policies on sustainable energy development to policymakers, provide further support and endorsement to local or regional RD&D projects yet in place, provided that they comply with the set ICSU framework in order to achieve high quality, cross-border collaboration, transdisciplinary, and policy relevance. Collaborative actions between ICSU and scientific associations and networks related to sustainable energy. And specific cooperation among IENAS and ICSU ROLAC on developing a program with relevant institutions in order to reduce electricity stealing in poor communities by promoting the development, manufacturing, and adoption of energy-saving appliances for low-income families. And finally, the last line of action is to provide financing and fundraising to support the sustainable energy program. The main objectives associated to this line of action are: identify the costs associated with the activities of the ICSU ROLAC program related to sustainable energy, either for a short term, 1 year, and medium term, 5 years. Develop funding application to get resources from grants and donors. Develop programs of training courses by specialists that are self-financing. The activities under this line of action are: develop a comprehensive program including costs of the ICSU ROLAC sustainable energy activities. Survey the Latin American Caribbean University and Research Institutes. Also develop the Latin American Caribbean skills inventory associated with the ROLAC sustainable energy program. Do gap analysis. Identify critical skills gaps, social, economic, and political constraints, missing infrastructure. Identify which are the most significant impediment to progress in this segment. Develop proposal for resolving the most significant problems. Some of these will relate specifically to capacity, like skills shortages, or there will be policy proposals or relate to research or teaching programs. And finally, establishment of an agreed, coordinated joint program among the major national science agencies in Latin America and Caribbean to fund and support collaborative projects for conducting integrated research on sustainable energy at the regional level. So you can see an example regarding this line of action, as the ROLAC just submitted its contribution to the ICSU proposal for SIDA, the Swedish funding agency, which includes the activities of the Sustainable Energy Program. So, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, this is an overview of the present status of the Sustainable Energy Program of ICSU ROLAC. As you could observe, the program on sustainable energy takes into consideration the interface of the technological development and social environmental aspect of sustainable energy generation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. We will continue our program, and then at the end we can receive questions from the audience. So I will invite Dr. Barbara Carvey, our Chairman of the Steering Committee on Risk and Risk Prevention from ICSU ROLAC. Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. First, let me thank the Brazilian Academy of Sciences and ICSU for inviting me to this meeting. This morning, I'm going to very briefly have a look at the contribution of the ICSU ROLAC, that's Regional Office for Latin America and the Caribbean, its science plan, and how this will contribute, hopefully, to disaster risk reduction in Latin America and the Caribbean. Reducing disaster risk really can only be achieved if we truly understand the interaction between nature and society. And to my mind, and this is my personal opinion, the hazard really is man. We need to understand man as hazard to truly succeed in disaster risk reduction. So the official name of the plan is Understanding and Managing Risk Associated with Natural Hazards, a comprehensive scientific approach to Latin America and the Caribbean. It was put together in 2010 by the ICSU Scientific Planning Group, made up of many scientists from Latin America and the Caribbean region. It's really based on the premise that risk is the result of interaction in time and space of physical events, exposed and vulnerable elements of social and environmental systems. And it is in creating this exposure and vulnerability that I see man as the true hazard. The DRR, disaster risk reduction, will require complex interactions with application of all types of science, knowledge, and methods. And this is where we continue this theme of interdisciplinary research and the collaboration among science and technical aspects, because of course we can't forget engineering and so on as we talk about disaster risk reduction. Now, the overall goal of the plan is really contributing to more effective understanding of disaster risk and disaster risk management, DRM, in Latin America and the Caribbean, while promoting this comprehensive interdisciplinary framework. And as one committee member said, we're not talking about multidisciplinary, we're talking about interdisciplinary. So it's not people working in their little silos, bringing each little silo to bear on a problem. It's a true eradication of disciplinary boundaries, coming together to solve problems for the benefit of society. And the scope, in terms of hazards, is practically everything: mitigation, which is also called risk reduction, prevention, preparedness, and response and recovery. And included are also the secondary effects of hazards. So we would also continue complex situations, such as that which obtained after the 2004 tsunami, where the natural hazard had an impact, which then led to cascading effects, including technological hazards. The plan outlined some priority research areas. Small towns and villages should benefit from hazard mapping and the integration of disaster risk reduction into planning. And this is important because we keep on hitting a barrier when it comes to scale very often in disaster risk reduction. There are many programs of risk analysis and risk mapping which are aimed at the level of a town or a county. Very few programs actually apply science to the community level scale. So it's very important that we look at the small towns and the villages where much of the risk is concentrated. Also towards better hillside construction and risk reduction efforts. We know, particularly for small countries, that topography is a real problem when it comes to managing risk. If you are a very small landmass with steep mountains close to your shoreline, then to find what one would call a safe or a low risk area is extremely difficult. Add to that, if you have volcanoes and earthquakes as part of the mix, then you're really facing problems. Then data collection and sharing. This topic always comes up in meetings in the insular Caribbean. The collection of data, its management and sharing continues to be problematic. So I'm really happy to see that the plan addresses this as well. Disaster risk modeling platforms are part of it. Application of indicators at the subnational level. Again, there are many countries which apply disaster risk management indicators at national level. We need to take it down to regional within the country and also sectoral levels to truly map progress in disaster risk management. Then the whole matter of climate change adaptation. Can we apply the long history of lessons from disaster risk reduction to climate change adaptation? And you will recognize that a very large part of climate change adaptation really has to do with adapting to the changes in the nature of impact of hazards in the future. Then what drives decision-making processes at national, regional, and local levels? Why is it that despite all we know about hazards, despite all we know about risk reduction, that we continue to increase exposure? Losses from natural hazard impacts continue to increase despite the availability of this knowledge. Is this knowledge being adequately and efficiently and properly integrated into decision-making processes? So that is another area which will be examined. Now, some of the specific goals of the plan: promotion of adequate and comprehensive decision-making processes. So that will tell you that the political and policy level are important as part of this. Integration of disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. Development and promotion of methodologies for the integration of the social and natural sciences into interdisciplinary research protocols. So can we actually come together and have common protocols between the sciences? And then how do we transition between research and action? How do we ensure that our research and the results of our research is incorporated into action which results in disaster risk reduction? And we are here including participatory research as part of the method. Now, a little bit about the Disaster Risk Reduction Committee. It was established in September 2013 and had the first meeting later that year. The work of the committee, as for the Energy Committee, is guided by the overall regional plan, in our case by the science plan. And within that framework, there are certain guiding principles for the work of the committee. And these were discussed at our first meeting last year. So our methods and protocols must encourage interdisciplinary work, is one principle. We must engage in social communication to allow effective incorporation of science into that disaster risk reduction at all levels. And we come back here to the matter of scale, not just at regional or national level, but also at local level. And then encouragement of wide stakeholder participation. All of society must participate in disaster risk reduction. And if science is to be integrated into disaster risk reduction, it must be integrated so that all of society can understand it. So those are three guiding principles underlying the work of the committee. Now, what has happened so far? Well, we had our initial meeting last year. Our second meeting is planned for later this year. The committee thought it was important to know the current status of research in disaster risk reduction across the region, the sources of funding, and also what gaps there may be in research needs. So there was commissioning of this analysis, and this study should be completed later this year. And the results should help to further define the research agenda going forward. the committee has also been heavily involved in the promotion of the inclusion of science in the Global Disaster Risk Reduction Agreement, HFA2. And we do that by supporting the ICSU-led major science group. As background to this, it was thought that the sciences are not sufficiently represented in the Global Framework Agreement on Disaster Risk Reduction. The old framework was called the Hyogo Framework for Action 1. The successor so far is being called HFA2. So we have been on a campaign led by ICSU at a global level to have science more visible in the successor framework agreement. So far, there have been some successes. Statements from the Regional Disaster Risk Reduction Platform, which was held in Ecuador, and the preparatory committee meetings held in Geneva earlier this year, call for greater inclusion of science in HFA2. And very importantly, it's calling for the establishment of a global science mechanism to support disaster risk reduction in countries which sign on to HFA2. So these discussions are ongoing, and hopefully the result will be seen in the new agreement, which will be discussed at the World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction next year in Sendai. For the future, well, the committee can very much build on current initiatives ongoing in the region. In the area of data collection and sharing, which you remember was mentioned earlier, then there are several countries in Latin America and the Caribbean using the Days Inventor database for tracking the impact of hazards. Days Inventor allows you to track the impact of very localized events, which, when they accumulate, cause major impact to the country. And the database uses socioeconomic and human impact data as part of its calculation. We talked about hillsides. Jamaica recently launched a hillside development manual, and there's an opportunity here for sharing experiences as we go forward. Disaster risk management indicators, originally developed in Colombia, and this is Colombia, South America, are being used in the Caribbean. And these indicators use a suite of data, demographic, socioeconomic, physical, and so on, for calculation. Consistent use of these indicators allows you to track how a country is doing in various aspects of disaster risk management. And you will recall we said that we wanted to promote the use of these indicators beyond national level down to localized level. Then, when it comes to disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation, these two topics are integrated into the regional disaster risk management strategy for the Caribbean called Comprehensive Disaster Management. And there is also a tool called Sea Coral, developed by the Caribbean Climate Center, which looks at integrating climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction into planning and programming. So this is a very important initiative, I think, which we could expand as we go forward. Then the whole matter of probabilistic risk assessment, a tool called CAPRA, or a method, was developed in Central America for probabilistic risk assessment. This has now been extended to the Caribbean, and many countries in the Caribbean are using this method. So we are looking here not only of sharing of the method, but perhaps eventually at standardizing probabilistic risk assessment if we all can agree on the use of a common tool. Then this whole matter of data collection and sharing, there's an open access platform called GeoNode, which can be used for storing, display, and access of data, including spatial risk data information maps. It's being used and introduced in the Caribbean as well as in Latin America. And as an example of that, we have here a site run by the University of the West Indies. And this site displays risk information for 3 Caribbean countries for the seismic hazard and the flood hazard. And it's actually based on this open access platform called GeoNode. So anyone can access the site and look at the information. There are certain restrictions. To alter data on the site, you have to be one of the scientists who is working on the project. So you can upload data if you're a scientist. If you're a member of the public, you can access the data to look at it, but you can't actually manipulate it. And for the future, in terms of connecting, the agency formerly known as CEDA, Canada, now known as DFAT-E, has funded a project at UWI, which includes establishing a portal. It's yet to be defined, this portal, but conceptually, we are hoping it will provide a gateway or a hub for DRR networks and databases, initially in the region, and then perhaps going beyond the region. It will be publicly accessible. In other words, again, all of society should have access. One of the benefits of such a portal is that for the ordinary person, it's very difficult to know where to go to find reliable information on disaster risk reduction and disaster risk management. This portal should provide one location where a normal citizen of any country in the region can go and be introduced to different sites for different aspects of disaster risk reduction and disaster risk management. Opportunities for the Disaster Risk Reduction Committee. I think this committee is an excellent idea, being across the region as it is, all of Latin America and the Caribbean. And some of the opportunities, we have an opportunity to develop and maintain a critical mass of regional scientists working on disaster risk reduction and dedicated to the integrated research approach. And this, I think, is extremely critical, because not only do we face disciplinary silos, we also face national silos. We're all in our little countries working, not working cross boundaries. So that's important. Undertake interdisciplinary and transboundary research. Currently, in the Anglophone Caribbean, we tend to collaborate with universities in the North, generally, whether it be in the USA, Canada, the UK, and so on. And perhaps that is because Anglophones are notoriously lazy in learning other languages. And I do a mea culpa as an Anglophone myself. This committee presents the opportunity for us to go beyond that, to have South-South collaboration. I speak now geographically, with many universities in Latin America, because of the commonalities in exposure, the commonalities in vulnerability across the region. So countries would benefit from more collaboration and exchange of experiences and so on. Also, an opportunity to advocate for coherent DRR research agenda at sub-regional and national levels. Certainly at national level, we don't tend to develop a national research agenda, which is going to then inform policy and programming. So this is something we could look at. Could the sub-regions of Latin America and the Caribbean develop a common research agenda, which would encourage synergistic approaches, including those for disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation? And then also the opportunity to promote exchanges, data, skills, knowledge, and experiences. And finally, a big opportunity to support and promote science for and in disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Barbara. And now the floor is open for questions. Remember that it's 12:30, so we may have 15 minutes just then to go to lunch. Yes, my friend from UNESCO.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Is this working? Yeah. I was, in relation to the presentation on DRR, I thought you talked quite a bit about society accessing the data, but isn't this also an opportunity for society producing information about disaster risk reduction and adopting some kind of citizen science approach where you bring in society more as a producing information rather than just consuming?
Yes, actually, you've touched on one of my personal interests, areas of interest. Yes, I think in a way, beyond community-based disaster risk management, the DRR fraternity or sorority, if you prefer, has not really looked very much at this whole matter of integrating of knowledge bases. So we have not looked at how can we integrate local, community, traditional knowledge for DRR beyond just community vulnerability reduction, because it is done at that level. But how do you integrate that local knowledge with science is a whole nother area that we need to look at, I think, as the DRR community. So yes, I totally agree with you. Society as producers of knowledge, and then the integration of this knowledge into problem solving for DRR is an area for work.
Thank you, Barbara. Dr. Hackman. I think it's Dr. Hammond, and then he has the floor.
Thank you very much. It's really good to get an update on both these really important initiatives. So my question exposes me as a bureaucrat that I am. It's an institutional question. But it has to do with, I was saying this morning that I think the real progress we've made in fostering dialogue between natural and social science communities is that ICSU and ISSC and other organizations have started putting in place institutional frameworks that support that dialogue. So I'm curious to know from both of you how your initiatives link to regional social science bodies. We don't have, ISSC doesn't have regional offices, but we have regional councils for social science that are members of ISSC. And secondly, how you link to the international initiatives that ICSU and ISSC are also both involved in. In your case, it would be the IRDI program, and in both cases, Future Earth as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Their question.
Well, for sure. I think we are in a learning process. It's another approach, another way of looking for integration more than just multidisciplinary, like the toad, to interdisciplinary. We are looking the way. We are looking for the opportunities. We are discussing with the groups. We are looking for forms, new ways of conducting research and programs in the interdisciplinary way, and connecting with the initiatives on the region, on the countries, international initiatives. It's not that easy. We are just constructing that.
I want to make a comment of your question. This steering committee was set up basically requesting the academies and national research to send members. The purpose of that was a decision from the regional committee to have also a sort of scientific political representation in order to have impact on the national scientific systems. And we have achieved something on that because of that. So it is not only the scientific capacity, but also the countries who decide upon that. In that decision, the good thing was that not all the countries sent natural science. They also sent social science. And it was not on purpose. I mean, it occurred. So we use it in a practical way to have this sort of political response from the countries of the region. So thank you.
I have a question for Décio. Can you hear me? Yes? No.
Hello. Hi. Yes. Okay. For this, I want to know exactly how you define sustainable energy. Yes. No. Can you understand?
No,
me?
it's very, very difficult. I can get.
Better now or not? Yep.
Let's check.
Okay. How ICSU defines sustainable energy? Yes. Like variables like labor conditions, conflicts with indigenous people, pesticides, how these things are put into the concept of sustainable energy, and how the framework builds on all these different variables that we could include in this definition.
We consider in the four major dimensions, not really in order, but sustainable energy should be sustainable from the standpoint of economics, should be sustainable from the standpoint of environmental impact, positive or neutral environmental impact, sometimes mitigating adverse and negative impacts. It's very, very important from the social standpoint that we have we can perform access to a larger group of people's isolated communities to reduce costs of energies, and also from the political and geopolitical standpoints, as we consider renewable energy more democratic, more widely distributed. We have opportunities for almost all countries. If not on biomass, then we have on wind energy, on solar energy. So this is our approach of sustainability. And we have also to consider recycling is part of it. We have to consider energy saving, changing culture of the use of energy, and especially energy efficiency.
Okay. Any other question? Okay, so we can close this session, and remember that we need to be back here at 2 o'clock. So we have 1 hour and a half.
That was easy. Yes.
We are going to have those who gave talk in the conference are going to have lunch here.
Eu não sabia.
Yeah. Arthur with the H. Yeah. ARTH. Alexandre. DRE. Won't recognize. Pardon? Solamente la inicial. La.
Pero como eres físico.
Uno más uno es siempre dos. Hay una macumba ahí que no es la vivimos en un mundo equivocado.
Boa tarde. Boa tarde. Boa tarde para todas e todos. Eu vou trocar meu portunhol esquisito para o inglês, mais ou menos. Well, good afternoon. We are going to start this afternoon session after the good lunch offered by the Academy. We are moving to the session number 3, Sustainability, the contribution of the social and natural sciences. We have 3 speakers. Professor Luis Pingelli, who will talk about sustainable energy in general. Then Julia Guivant, conflict and controversies on the transgenic contribution of the environmental sociology. And then Alice Abreu, science, technology, and innovation through the social science lens. Actually, the development of science sometimes produces some concern. This is the case of the GMO, genetic modified organism. And this is very interesting because this is part of the evolution, the contradiction of the evolution. And also, we can have here the perspective of the science and technology and innovation seen from the area of the social science. So, without much introduction, I'd like to pass the floor to to the speakers. In the first place is Professor Luis Pingelli Rosa, who will talk us about sustainable energy. Thank you. We beg the speakers to use 20 minutes, at least 22 or 23, not more than 23, to have a good session.
Thank you very much. I will be stand up to see the. I apologize because the PowerPoint is not in Spanish, it's not in English, but in Portuguese. But I believe that Spanish-speaking people can read, even if they cannot understand the art when speaking Portuguese, but they can read Portuguese. I want. About social sciences, maybe I have something on there mixed with the nature science in the presentation. I will I will be inside the time, and I will not use all the figures I have here because that's too much. The first point I would like to ask is, what is sustainable? I could have a conceptual definition, but instead I prefer a historical one. We have had in the year 70s the famous model MIT to the Club of Rome with the idea of zero growth in the world because of natural resource. This idea had a big impact at that time, the beginning of the so-called ecological movement on the world. That's well known. But the second point is not so well known, in spite of being from our continent, from South America, was the Bariloche model. Putting the problem that we could have some kind of growth, but not the growth, the industrial and the capitalist growth of the American way of life. Was I don't know where is the focus here. Is here? It's fine. Is here? No. Is here? Pointer. Okay? Thank you. Oh, disaster. No, I don't need the point. Because I am so near. And that was the idea of the Bariloche model, another kind of growth to satisfy the needs of people, not for consumers. And I think that in the years 80s, we had a kind of synthesis with the also famous report Brundtland. The Brundtland report has put the question of sustainable development. That was the answer to the discussion of the two first models. About the problem of energy, the big question is the link between science and technology. And you need to see that link from a social point of view also. Sustainability is not only environment, it's also the social sustainability. In spite of the big development after the technological revolution, in particular the problem of use of computer for different purposes, we have to observe that the biggest step was from the 19th century to the 20th century. Not now. From the social point of view, in the perception of the common people. Why? Because at the end of the 19th century, we have not the cars, the airplane, the communication as we have now, the computer, the space technology. A way of verifying empirically that is to see two photos of the same place. In the case, well-known place, Praça da República, in Rio de Janeiro. And we see the difference from the beginning of the century, 20th century, and the middle of 20th century. This photo is familiar to us. Big building. You have a many big buildings in any city in the world. And it is not completely different. This remains up today exactly as it is. And even here at the street level, we see some cars as we see today. The big change was from here to here, not from here to our day. Even if technology can provide the eyes with a smaller computer that are not equal to the former IBM 1130 of the year 70s in the university. Now, this here is much more power of computation than the 1130. But this is improvement of the 1130. Before the 1130, the older people like me used the calculation, régua de cálculo. Thank you. Régua de cálculo. All the people was like that with the régua de cálculo. That was a big step from that régua de cálculo to the 1130. This is improvement of the 1130. It's not different. Here you have an arbitrary description of this evolution and the revolution of the human intelligence along the technological revolution of the computer. First, to have the capacity of to know, to use the mind for that many, many millions of years ago, after the possibility of using of the hands to pick up the things and move them, after the language, the capacity of communicate and have information, after we have the different cultures, the capacity of producing knowledge and of communicating this knowledge between people, and so on. So far, the revolution of Neolithical period with the agriculture, after the press, the machines in the Industrial Revolution, the calculator, and finally the computer. And maybe we could arrive to imitate the human intelligence in all aspects, not only in the aspect of calculating, to get information, but also of feeling. Maybe. I don't believe it. I agree with the distinguished physicist Roger Penrose that has the conviction that never imitate the human mind, to have a kind of human behavior with a machine. But while going near that, clear the evolution of the computation. First, the central system used by the companies, but some organization in a scale of one computer for many people. After we had the personal computer, the PC, at the level of technicians, people working in the company, professor of university, in the proportion of 1-to-1 personal computer. After the laptop linked to the big network in the inverse proportion, now many computers for one people in the network. Now the ubiquity of the computer. We have a computer in our house, maybe in our body if you have some health problem, and so on and so forth. And finally, we have our time with the tablet, the smartphone, the computation everywhere. Some new ideas about the utopic future, like that put many years ago by Alvin Toffler and now by Domenico De Masi, that the world is not like they have proposed, but some way is nearby. And now I put another question of our countries, many of them in Latin America, in Brazil in particular, who export things of very low value. For instance, in case of iron and soybean, you see here the difference in what Brazil exported and the importation of technological products. You see the scale, how many tons of iron, steel, or soybean we need to export, to import some technological practice of every kind. The same you could see here, make the comparison of 1 ton of a technological product and the 1 ton of natural product, the proportional you can see. The case of China and Brazil, the different flux of money from one country to another. And they will speak a little about our experience in my institution with the use of science to develop technology. Problem that we know very well is the problem of climate change. The increase of global temperature, we can have different results, but all then agree with the very strong increase of the temperature, the global temperature, and the reason for that, mainly for the emission of greenhouse gas, big part from the energy system. Solution as the CCS, carbon capture and storage, should be possible, but up to now it is too expensive and not exactly solved technologically. That could be a possibility. To solve this problem, we needed to think about the possibility of change of the standard of life. That standard of life developed along with the Industrial Revolution and that dominated all the world. Brazil has some advantage, for instance, to use hydro plants, but to have a big discussion of that from the other point of view, not only about climate change. Exist other problems from the ecological point of view of making big dams. This is the commitment of Brazil in the year 2020. This commitment was presented by President Lula in the Copenhagen conference to have this reduction from a projection of the growth of Brazilian emission. That's possible to be exactly like that because of the reduction of deforestation in Brazil. That was the main source of the greenhouse gas in Brazil. But this is changing completely. Now the situation tends to be like that because we have reduced too much deforestation in Brazil, while the energy emission is increasing. So we have changed from this situation to that situation here. So now we need to be careful also with the issue from energy. And the situation is not but the situation is not very good because we are increasing the emission in the electric sector in Brazil using for complementation of hydro, using thermal plants, and we have also reduced the participation of ethanol in the transport sector because of not very well solved the relation between prices of the fuel. I will finish with these two following figures. In the world, you can say that developed countries are not reducing their greenhouse gas emission enough. And the developing countries, like the BRICS and Brazil in particular, they have the tendency of increasing emission because of the economic development. And inside each developing country, the income class of higher position, they have the same standard of consumption of the developed country. While we have at base of society, the big part of population with very low energy consumption. So we reproduce inside the developing country the difference we have between rich and the developing countries. That ideas I could put. I don't know if I have done my exercise, but that was present here. Thank you very much.
Well, we continue going on, and at the end of the three presentations, we have questions and answers. Now, we pass the floor to Julia Event.
Good afternoon to everybody. I would like to thank the opportunity to be participating in this event, and especially the invitation I received from Lisa Reyes. And I think the issue of this event is extremely relevant, and I have been dealing, fighting, stressing about this kind of exchange in terms of social sciences and natural sciences, because I am part of an interdisciplinary PhD program in Florianopolis, Santa Catarina, where I am from. And so I have a lot of ideas about these problems and possibilities and opportunities that the relationship, of course, opens for us as researchers. And I try to put together some of them to do my homework, as my previous presenter mentioned. No, I try to do that, and I hope I can reach that result. So I think that there are new challenges for this dialogue between social and natural sciences. One of the challenges is related to the redefinition of the decision-making process around controversial issues that are fundamentally related to new technologies, emerging technologies that bring different type of risks than the risks that we knew previously at the to the Second World War. As Ulrich Beck mentioned in his well-known book about the society, the new risks that we are facing are well, environmental health risks, but they are global, they are democratic, because they are affecting different populations, not necessarily inside the container of the nation state. They are invisible, and generally they are irreversible. And so in facing this kind of risks, the demand for a more democratic decision process has been developed in social sciences, mainly in environmental sociology, social theory, social studies of science and technology, and political science. There is a confluence in relation to overcoming the dichotomy between lay and experts, and so how to involve the lay people in the decision process. In general, the developments, the theoretical developments about and empirical developments as well of this proposition, I have some limits. And I will present research that where I participated that try to face this kind of challenge. And there are all challenges still facing us. No, this is no related to global warming, but is the relation between realism and constructivism. This conflict, this divergence, is not only between social sciences and natural sciences, but as well is permeating social sciences as well. So what I mean with this, the realist perspective that is very related to the positivistic approach states that the environmental problems, let's say, are objective and are independent of our perception of them. And so we need to quantify the risks, we need to manage the risk, and at the end of the chain of this risk analysis, we need to communicate to lay people which are the risks. The constructivist perspective that has been obviously more predominant in social sciences, but not exclusively, because realist perspectives as well are present, emphasizes that in a more radical position, let's say, of constructivism, that the perception of the risk are more important. But what we can see in the last decades is that there is a balance between these two positions, especially in social sciences, between realism and constructivism, leading to a more realist constructive perspective. So risks, of course, are objective, but it's very important to understand how lay people and also scientists from natural sciences understand these risks. This means that we have there a very rich arena for a dialogue between social and natural scientists. But not always this is easy to develop. So these are, well, I have in Portuguese, but there are, these are the differences between realism and constructivism in social sciences. This is from an article of mine, but shows that in social sciences as well there is no consensus, as there is no consensus about anything in social sciences. But, well, so my presentations, the presentation will focus in two cases. One related to GMOs and the other related to climate change and how they are facing these dilemmas and challenges I spoke now. So in relation to GMOs, how the new practices for risk governance are a demand or not, and how are the relations between lay and expert knowledges, and which is the role of mandated science. This is something very important for us because mandated science is a concept that addresses the intermediate, the boundary situation of many scientists that are advising public policies. And so, which are these scientists that are behind some public policies, and what interpretation of the social and of nature they have, and what interpretation of they have a more realistic, more constructivist perspective, etc. So this is a very important issue. I think that in our space now we need to consider. And the other example is about the need of new concepts inside social sciences to lead with climate change. I focus here in a research I am participating, and Ana Maria Vara here too is participating, coordinated by Ulrich Beck, and about climate change. And he tries to bring new concepts as emancipatory catastrophism, and to bring climate change inside a new theoretical perspective that is very interesting for social sciences, and how social sciences, so in this case we have in this case we have how natural sciences can become more complex, incorporating the perspective from social sciences. And here we have a opposite case, how social sciences can learn something from natural sciences. So in relation to genetically modified organism conflicts, it's important to highlight that they are not only about risks, but they are also about which is the process of innovation in the field of life science, and also in the field of politics, and how this relate this last point with what in social sciences is conceptualized as civic epistemology. That means the political culture of a country mainly. I will go faster because, so there are some important differences in how the conflict took place in a different context. In the US, there was no significant reaction, although now there is a pressure for labeling growing and growing. In many countries of the European Union, there was a reaction, and there was a process of democratization of science in many cases, like the UK, for example. And in Brazil, we had a reaction, but without democratization of the debate. The debate became very, very restrictive. And so in relation to GMOs, we can also speak about two polar positions about the governance of risk. These two positions are constructed in the intersection of two issues: the conception of the public and the conception of science. So we have first the standard model, that's the most dominant model we have to live with as social scientists mainly, and because it emphasized that there is a big distance between lay and experts, And if the lay people don't believe in what experts are saying, it's because there is a deficit in the knowledge of the lay people. So it's important to have more information and more information given to lay people. And then there will be in accordance with the tools that natural scientists mainly have. And the other is a negotiation model that is a new territory. It's an area very new in some way, in terms of experiments and in terms of theoretical development, but it shows that there is no necessary division between lay and experts. There are different perceptions, and this is more related to the constructivist perspective, and the other is more related to the realistic perspective in terms of the role of knowledge. So this doesn't mean that experts will disappear, of course, but which is the role of lay people? Which are the perceptions they have and how they can be included, different voices can be included. And I am not speaking exclusively about NGOs that not necessarily represent voices of different sectors that they try to represent. So there are many forms of public participation, referendums, public hearings, public opinion service, negotiated rulemaking, consensus conference, citizen jury panel, citizen public advisory committee, focus groups, etc. And this is interesting because it shows how there are many strategies to incorporate the public. The problem is, who is the public? That's another question. I'm not going to answer this now, but to open the debate, to be more transparent, to be more, to have science, to have more accountability. The first research was coordinated by Durham University with funds from the John Templeton Foundation. It ended now in 2014, and these were the questions. The idea was to understand the different perspective on GMOs and which will be the main strategies for a more participatory decision-making process. The research was a comparative one and took place in Mexico, in Brazil, that was the part coordinated, and in India. And it involved ethnographic fieldwork, well, all this methodology I will not go through. So, and we have a final workshop at the Royal Society in London now in June, where we presented the results of all the research. In the case of Brazil, particularly, I analyzed that the controversy about GMOs took different moments, and now we don't have an open controversy. We don't have a controversy. The controversy ended. We have the NGOs lost the battle, and but there are new coalitions that are very interesting. And so I analyze here the different coalitions we have in relation to GMOs and how mainstream economic actors readequate themselves in the global market context. So we have still the anti-GMOs, that is a minority, it's very radical, and we have pro-non-GMOs and pro-GMOs. So the pro-non-GMOs are not against GMOs, are the same actors dealing with all the market, not all the demand from some parts of Asia and mainly the European Union. And doing my homework in terms of sustainability, that's the issue of this table. The anti-GMOs have a perspective on sustainability very different. All the sectors have very different discourses, and these have a very, the anti-GMOs have a very critic also to organic production, criticisms to organic production, because they are mainly against the market. Market is the same as capitalism, so they are against and they defend agroecology and more other type of livelihoods, let's say. Here we have sustainability as environmental management, and here we have sustainability as synonymous of eco-efficiency. With so different perspective, but for the market, because both are market driven. So we did ethnographical fieldwork. I have I will not enter here in this this process. We did focus groups with urban consumers, and go faster. There are very interesting comparisons because in this, for example, among focus groups, there is trust in governance. The government is trusted, and also scientists, and not the media, not the seed companies, and not always NGOs. That's interesting. And among scientists, we did research in different laboratories. Now, here was Embrapa Soja in Londrina, and there are very interesting comparisons because we can see how the standard model of science is extremely strong, extremely consolidated among these researchers. So this was seen among all the 3 countries, no? And the idea that we produce the knowledge and the farmers need to accept the knowledge we develop. And this division of labor as well, 2 minutes, okay. Well, it can be seen in the problem of wheat resistance now in relation to GMOs, that it's very spread and not secret for anybody. If you go to a farm fair, everybody is speaking about this, and the problem for the seed industry and the seed representatives of the industry, the representatives of the seed industry are blaming the farmers. The farmers are not good. It's the same as it happened before with pesticides. The farmers are bad because they are using too much and in a bad way and not following the recommendations, the scientific recommendations. But what we can find is that this recommendation of levels of acceptance of residues or practices, different practices, are a kind of science fiction, and in practice are not viable for the farmers. But farmers are very happy, what I could see in my field research, with GMOs, mainly soybean, because it the advantage is not in terms of productivity and in terms of rent, but it's in terms of reducing the field work. And that's an important issue that many of the NGOs that are against GMOs can't understand the point of view of the farmers. Well, we did a national seminar, etc. And this is the big, I can show to somebody who can be interested before. This is the other research. I'm going to take more minutes to explain. It's called Cosmoclimate and is funded by European Research Council. And the title is Methodological Cosmopolitanism in the Laboratory of Climate Change, coordinated by Ulrich Beck and an international team participating in this. And the idea is to show how climate change can open a very important space for change that no other risk presents. And and how this relates from the local to the global, and also, well, the idea is to analyze the dominance of a climate narrative and how it's permeating different social actors. And Ulrich Beck is bringing new concepts because he thinks that in social science we have like Sunni concepts, you know, that are very old to analyze new challenges. So we need new concepts, and so it's very interesting to be participating in this research and to be seeing how theory is done in the making, you know? And so he's speaking about a cosmopolitan term that is very different from globalization, because it means that for social sciences we need to escape from the methodological nationalism and try to understand in a different way the situation of these opportunities that climate change brings in terms of political and social and economical terms. So the research is divided into blocks analyzing cosmopolitan climate change. One block is analyzing, one issue is the role of green cities. The other is low carbon innovation networks, where I am participating, and the other is mediating global risk, the role of media. And the other is, the other package is how to develop a new methodology to have a better dialogue with natural scientists in relation to this. So I will go further here. And going back to the examples, what I try to show is how there is, in two particular cases, are possibilities of very productive dialogue if we make explicit our presuppositions about more epistemological presuppositions. I think that they are very central, very crucial for being able to establish a dialogue. And together with epistemological presupposition, our value presuppositions. Values are not obviously only permeating social sciences, are also permeating natural sciences. So we need to have more self-esteem as social scientists to dialogue with natural scientists, and natural scientists need to be a little less self-assured of their beliefs, so we can have this space for dialogue. So thank you very much.
Thank you for this interesting presentation. Now, Alice Abreu is taking the floor.
Well, good afternoon to everybody. I would also like to thank especially Elisa Hayes, the Academy of Sciences, ICSU, and IFSC to give me the opportunity to presenting this here and to see old friends, which is very pleasant. Well, the last decade has seen an impressive increase in the global discussion of climate change and its consequences, and the need to implement an effective, sustainable form of development. For many years, the social sciences seem to be out of this debate, although many voices alerted about the importance of human agency in this process. It is, however, only more recently that the importance of the perspective of the social science to understand, analyze, and support effective transformation towards sustainability has been recognized. Some of the important agents for this are here today. ICSU, the International Social Science Council, UNESCO. In their different areas of activities, they have insisted in the central role of social sciences have to play if sustainability is to be achieved. And now they have united with other players to form Future Earth, a program that clearly claims that co-design and equitable partnership mark a new phase for the collaboration between natural and social sciences. I would like today to add my voice to this debate and spell out what changes when you use a social sciences lens to look at science, technology, and innovation. So let's first of all have a look of what is being said regarding to social sciences. First of all, there is a growing recognition that without the social sciences, it is not possible to understand the new global context, for they not merely describe, retell, and count the already familiar, but they provide new conceptual tools to understand reality. These concepts and findings are essential for any effective public policy. In fact, neither the physical and biogeochemical processes nor the rates of change can be fully understood apart from their anthropogenic impacts and origins. But in spite of that, climate change research is still very small among social scientists. Balsad mentions that many barriers for a stronger social science presence in climate change research, among which the subordinate role of social sciences in predefined agenda, a divorce of agendas between natural and social sciences, and not least, an enormous difference in funding for social sciences research in climate change. But she does mention one aspect which I think is central. If social sciences are to advance scientific knowledge on climate change, they will need to strengthen their disciplinary basis at the same time as they open their disciplines to greater interdisciplinary training and education. And this is a very difficult balance. So if we look at what is being said, I think I can cite here what has been said by Hackman and her co-authors, that we need a new kind of social science, bolder, better, bigger, and different. And citing their own words, bold enough to reframe and reinterpret global environment change as a fundamentally social process, better at infusing social science insights into real-world problem solving, bigger in terms of having more social science involved in this, and different in the sense of reflecting upon and changing its own ways of thinking and doing science, with theories, assumptions, methodology, institutions, norms, and incentives in order to contribute effectively to meeting the vexing interdisciplinary and cross-sector challenges that societies face. They have, to face this, provided a very interesting research framework, which they call transformative cornerstones. And I'm not detailing this because I'm sure she will talk about this later tomorrow. But what I would like to say is that although I totally agree with this framework, and I think it is very interesting and all-encompassing, I would like to say that there is one other layer of complexity that is needed where if you want to really understand sustainability and sustainable development. And I would like here to cite another author of the ISSC report that says that whether assessing the impact of environmental degradation and climate change or building effective governance institutions, a rigorous gender analysis will deepen and broaden our understanding of environmental problems and help find relevant, effective, equitable solutions. It is now commonplace to view economic growth through the lens of environmental sustainability and social equity, including gender equity, but it's still relatively uncommon to view sustainability through a gender lens. Rigorous empirical work on gender and environmental change is even more rare. So why is the gender perspective important in addressing environmental change? And why, especially in developing countries? I would like to bring our attention to a recent report of UNCTAD in 2011, when they apply a gender lens to STI. And the report suggests 3 entry points for introducing gender as a category in STI policy and analysis, echoing many previous reports, such as the Pioneer International IAC Women for Science report and the many European Union Commission reports in the subject in the early 2000s. The first is Science for Women, the second, Women for Science, and finally, Women in Innovation Systems. Let's look at what they say when they talk about Science for Women. The first entry point is important because if you look at sustainability, you necessarily have to think about actions, perspectives, commitments, and you clearly must use gender to fully understand how activities of men and women differ, and how therefore both the way each uses and acts upon the environment is different. As different is the impact of climate change and environmental degradation upon them. This is especially important in rural societies where rural activities are still central and where women are responsible for the gathering and preparation of food, linking therefore their everyday activity with relevant issues such as energy, water consumption, use of biodiversity resources. However, it is also important in developing countries with a more advanced level of urbanization, where men and women have very different activities and can react and use very differently the resources available to them. To understand this, it is also important to understand this. Social science has an interesting and important theoretical perspective that I would like to put to you. The theory of social relations that allow us to interconnect 3 basic variables that are the base of the social division of labor: gender, class, and race, and that are essential to understand social action and the agency of the different actors. developed by the so-called French materialist feminism and having as its main spokesperson Danielle Kerquat. This perspective looks at the division of labor at the axis around society as organized, producing social groups of classes, classes of hierarchies, classes of gender, classes of race. These groups are constituted by the tensions among these classes, and they have their central axis in the division of labor of each society. The use of the sexual division of labor as an analytical tool has allowed to the last 3 decades a growing understanding of how men and women relate to each other and occupy different spaces in this world. For this perspective, work has had its status changed from the simple production of objects and goods into what they call the production of living in society. To work is to transform oneself, to transform society and nature, and at the same time transform oneself. So why this is important to STI? Because it allows us to assess the different costs of environmental degradation, taking into consideration the different tasks of men and women. For example, as shown in the social science report, the degradation of forests increased the time women and girls take to collect their basic needs, especially firewood. This reduces time for other activities, including crop production. This can reduce incomes and sources of goods or food. Although the whole family is affected, women and girls bear the burden since there are the specific gender biases in food consumption within families in many parts of the world, and so on. There are many examples. The use of water, how less access to irrigation will affect women's ability to cope with delayed rain, or without technology support, they will be less accessible to new, more heat-resistant crop varieties, and so on. But these differences may also be found in urban areas. As we saw in previous of our colleagues' presentation, poverty has a face. It is female, it is black. Violence in Brazil has a very definite face. It is male, young, and black. So to be able to understand what are the public policies that will directly affect and resolve these issues, gender is an important variable. The second entry point for using gender in science, technology, and innovation is Women for Science. And there you have a much broader and much larger body of literature in 4 decades. Since the early discussions of the feminists in the early 70s, much has been advanced. And what you see, you have identified the factors and the processes that underline the limited access of women in certain disciplinary fields and in higher positions of the science and technology and system. Here, the analysis is much more refined. You look at recruitment, you look at retention, you look at advancement as the central moments of a scientific career and how this affects differently men and women. And also you look at excellence, how excellence is assessed, how funding and pay gaps still persist. Finally, the third entry point is women and innovation. And here you have very slow advances all over the world, but also in developed countries. Representation at senior management level is still very small, and there is a increasing number of small entrepreneurs, but lack of training and support. So what all this reports and studies give us is a series of recommendations that I think echo many of the recommendations that we have heard here today. that goes into incorporating a gender dimension in the SIT policies, and especially in those policies, and link those policies on food, agriculture, water, energy, infrastructure, and energy. Conduct impact assessments of all policies relating to SCDI for development to ensure that they benefit both men and women equally, and promote women's participation in decision-making at all levels. Also provide support for scaling up successful models and approaches through appropriate financial and policy measures, promote equal access to resources, education, and increase the capacity of women and girls at the local level through appropriate information and education. But I think that one important issue that has been highlighted is the issue of how you need to really a data collection that is gender focused at all levels. If you collect data about sustainability and environment change using the family as a unit, you don't understand how inside the family that are really strong divisions and that need to be highlighted. So I think that it is not a trivial question how you collect your data. It will influence the questions you ask for your research, how you, the empirical analysis you will undertake, the policies you will formulate. So I think it is absolutely essential that gender disaggregated data on the impact of environmental change or in green institutions is absolutely central. And although qualitative assessments provide rich insights, gender analysis also need more rigorous empirical testing of propositions that is found on existing literature. So I will end here saying that I hope this stays in the minds of the important people who are doing science today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Please, I'd like to invite the speakers to take the podium and to open the session of questions and answers. Well, in the first place, I'd like to thank all the speakers for the very good presentations, and also we are in proper time for question and answers. So I open the floor to all of you. Elisa Reyes.
Let me put the question to my social science colleagues. I mean, I don't have any special disagreements, but I'd like to inquire a bit more, because it seems to me that sometimes the processual dimension of the things you were commenting upon was not emphasized. Like, for example, discussing perception, constructively. Of course, the perceptions of the individual must, but perceptions change. And how can we assess the way in which change in perception affects behavior? I think that's a definitive step if we want to contribute to the issues we are discussing here. And kind of a similar question I put to Alice, but of course, class, I don't disagree that class, gender, and race are crucial elements of analysis. But I sometimes perceive that many people who stress these three dimensions, they tend to essentialize the concept. And, I mean, the sexual division of labor that you emphasize. That's not something fixed. But when we call attention to the role of the woman in preparing food, for example, this is typical of some cultures, but not of others anymore. So I think we should be a bit more dynamic in order to take into account that the sexual division of labor changes as the historical process takes place.
We'll have 3 questions and then a round of answers. Arturo Martinez.
Thank you for the presentation.
and I would make a comment to Alice. One issue which I think that you haven't stressed that is very important, women on risk. I mean, if there's something which is not as dynamic as she has said, which I agree with what she said, because I now am obliged to cook. So, but the point of the risk is especially important for women.
Thank you. Other question? Please, go there. The second round. You will go in the second round. You have time.
I would like to ask Julia. I'm a part of a research group that is studying the ways that the decision makers use scientific knowledge in policies for agriculture here. And it was really difficult to us to understand that they didn't want to receive information to think about what they were doing. Decision makers want science to give something, to give some legitimacy, but they already decided most of the time. So my question is, what do you think is possible in a less realistic model, the standard model? What social scientists can do to change this scenario? Science is used to legitimate decisions less than think about what decision makers are doing.
Okay, please. Answering the way you consider is one of
I would like to put a question. Not it's purely nominalistic, but I would like to point out that realism in the philosophy of natural science is not the realism in opposition to constructivism. Realism is the position of who believes that science can reach the real world. And you have three important physicists that have this position: Galileo, Boltzmann, and Einstein. Struggle because of that. The opposition of realism is positivism. Positivism is the position of who don't believe that we can reach the real world. We stop in the phenomena, in the appearance of the real world, in the relationship of the real world and our sense. Starting from Kant, from the position of Kant, and cannot reach up to the thing we would like to study. We stop in the relationship of this thing with us, which is not the thing. And I don't like really this confusion that the social science in respect of on natural science. Realism for me is important to be distinguished of positivism. It's not the same. And the discussion of constructivism make another definition of this term. And you must put this clear.
Okay. Good.
Okay. Thank you, Elisa, for your question, because it gives me the possibility of explaining more about how to capture, how to understand, how to study perceptions. Of course, perceptions change, but perceptions change in relation to many factors, no? And perceptions, of course, affect behavior. It's not only scientific knowledge that can explain how we act. we have so much information today, as Cinellandia Rosa showed before, no? We are overwhelmed with information about which is the healthy diet, which is the healthy style of life, etc., etc., etc. And we need to decide permanently. So we are in a period of modernity where the decisions are mostly individual. We are by ourselves in relation to the expert systems. So the perception, of course, change, but this is important to be understood through ethnographic work, through more qualitative work, and not surveys. Surveys are very superficial because they are, well, yes or no, etc. You don't understand the complexity of values that are behind perceptions. And so our everyday practices are very important, for example, in relation to nature, what we understand about nature. So many times we can see that lay people, no, common people, or myself, let's say, we use to have music that reproduces the forest, or some Zen artifact, or some different activities we can do, that we are in a urban environment, but we feel that we are connected with nature. So our perceptions about nature change, but we need to understand this in the complexity of values that permeate our everyday life. And so it's not simply to have or not to have the information about some practices. And so this leads to a confront between experts and lay people, because they try to show people are wrong, but people are not wrong. They have their own rationalities. Rationalities are multiple, no, without taking the importance of scientific rationality, of course. I don't know if I replied. The another, what is your name? Laila. How to change the scenario of decision making when you are speaking about scientists that are legitimizing decisions already taken. And also this can be a risk for participatory methodologies. And I am very critical, because I don't think that participation is a solution for everything. Consultation is a solution for everything. And many times participation is a kind of tyranny. There is a book called The Tyranny of Participation, and can be used to legitimate different scenarios. How to change that? How to change the... I think that one important question, I don't remember who spoke about that, is the training of scientists at the universities. I am convinced that social studies of science and technology needs to be a discipline for engineers, for other natural and other scientists that are not social. This needs to be, and not saying that science is manipulated by economic, political interests, but how political interests, power relations are inside the academic community, no? And we know that in every university, in every laboratory are power relations and how they operate. Latour and company, they develop very interesting work on relation to that, and this can in some way influence to open up these power relations, the role of this mandated science, the scientists that are following already policies already taken, no? And then it needs to have, there is now a big discussion about what is social responsibility of scientists. How define social responsibility? How our research needs to be more transparent, more accountable, etc. This is something that we are not always used to have that pressure, but there is a big discussion in social studies of science about this new demand for scientists in general. And to Pingelli Rose about, I don't agree with that realism is the opposite to positivism. You are maybe in another type of division in epistemology. Constructivism is more related to Kant and not to positivism, because Kant said that, well, how to save science after Hume woke up him of his dogmatic dream, let's say, about science. So he tried to solve the problem of inductivism and say, well, we don't know reality as it is, we know reality as it appears to us. And I think that that's still very important in constructivism and in social science mainly, that, and this is realism versus constructivism, of course, is a discussion that comes from nominalism and the other from the Middle Ages. No,
Thomas Kuhn.
No, Thomas Kuhn is recent, but in the Middle Ages, there was a discussion about nominalism. Are the categories real or constructed? No, that came from discussions from Plato and Aristotle. Well, but I think that this division between realism and constructivism, the division is strong because realism and positivism are in a kind of alliance in the standard model of science. And constructivism is criticizing that through the negotiated model of science. So I think that
this idea came from Thomas Kuhn, that science is not about truth, but about the power of a group of science
that
who dominate each field.
Came from Popper before Kuhn, that said that what is truth is the intersubjectivity of scientists that determine what is truth.
We'll go back to Fields in the 19th century.
So
Consensual theory of truth.
We are
well,
afraid,
that's a wonderful discussion.
we are afraid time is running very fast. But Alice, please.
Okay, so very quickly. I think your question is very interesting, Elisa, but I think it misses the point exactly of what is the tool of sexual division of labor and division of labor. It is exactly a concept that will allow you at different situations, different historical moments, and understand how this is reproduced in different forms. I mean, it is exactly when you look at the division of labor in a society that you understand how the different groups are formed, how the different hierarchies are formed, and how different classes of people stand in opposition or in conjunction. So I think it is an analytical tool that really allows you to look at society and see the commonalities and the difference in different space and time. But when I talk of a gender perspective, I think it is very important because, of course, it allows us to bring different layer of complexities in the analysis you have. And I quite agree that the idea of having a gender perspective to risk aversion, for example, in natural disaster is absolutely central. You have very good examples in some very focused programs that use exactly this issue of how women are positioned in that society. If you remember Cardona's experiment of the take care of the slopes in Colombia. They have a network of women that are very attentive to certain slopes in their community, and that if they see anything that is beginning to not seem any change, they have someone they call. And this has averted many local and focused disasters because people could interfere before. Okay, is gender relevant to absolutely all the scientific work in natural and social sciences? Of course, when you're talking about atoms or carbons, perhaps gender is not a variable that must be used. But I think that when you look at the impact of science, when you look at the way science is developed, when you look at how science is organized in the society, gender, work, gender, and race are essential variables. You have to look at that. In Brazil, society is white and male. And in many developed countries, it is so. Will it change its face? For example, in Brazil, since 2004, women are the majority of PhD graduates. That's already 10 years where women are the majority of PhD graduates in Brazil. Have they reached the higher layers of the system? Not yet. Will they? This is something interesting to look at, because when you look at, for example, the very prestigious scholarships of research productivity in Brazil, you see a flat line. It doesn't increase. And these women are there, gathering in the base. How do you change that? Why is it important? Because probably they will have different perspectives in the science they are going to develop. They will have a different look at certain issues. They will be able to really make the Brazilian scientific community much stronger. And yet, how can this be changed? So I think that you have to look at that and see what are the issues that are involved in this and how to correct them.
Well, actually, for the first time, we have in the history of Brazil 2 ladies running for president. Well, we have time. 3. Oh, good. Even more. Well, we have time is pressing us, but still we have time for 1 or 2 quick answer and quick, I mean, 1 or 2 quick question and quick answer from you. Is anyone interested in? Good. Is there any question? Is there any question? Do you have any reaction to the quantum? No? Well, we have plenty of time for the coffee break thanks to the presenters. We have 30 minutes, and we beg you to be here. We beg you to be here before 4 p.m. for the last lap of this session, the last lap of this first day of the meeting. Thank you.
Eu fico aqui martelando na minha cabeça. Dia ainda as pessoas me ouvirão.
Não, mais antiga. Não, senão você vai botar o Galileu. Você vai botar o Galileu junto com o cardeal Belarmino.
Finalmente tocamos.
¿De qué año sos?
Muito bem, obrigada. Diferente de lo que usualmente escuchas, ¿no?
No, conozco
Sí,
el tema.
Sí, tiene muy buena gente en México. Judith, una gran amiga, muy bien. Ella es más agresiva que yo.
Somos buenos amigos.
Es más feminista aún. Pero muy bien. No, es interesante escuchar a nuestras propias discusiones, todo siempre familiar, aquí algo de...
Se abre la discusión. No. Bueno, ¿quién habla? Rosario, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Estoy en Brasil. Sí, dime rápido, dime rápido. Dime rápido. ¿Qué dijo? ¿Qué dijo Esperanza? Busca Alberto, busca Alberto. Busca a Carla, tiene una cita con Carla. Y mándale un correo electrónico a Esperanza, diciéndole que tengo que hablar con ella. ¿Ok? Sí, 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 sí. Sí, claro, sí. Bueno, órale pues. Ok. Ok. Bueno, yo le voy a mandar un correo a este. ¿Ok? Vale. Muy bien. Otro chao. estamos.
Pepe, sí, todos al final, ¿eh?
¿Cómo se ve? Listo. Gracias.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, just introduce you and then I go back. He's going to talk about one of the main and important tasks that we should have. That is to promote science for policy.
Well, thank you. Good, thank you. I'm going to go through fairly quickly some of this. What I was asked to talk about was the dialogue, Science and Policy and International Council for Science pillar. And very quickly, I'll just go through, if you don't know what the Council of Science is, it's an organization strengthening natural science for the benefit of society, and I say all societies. The vision is a long-term strategic vision where the world uses science for the benefit of all, extrinsic values, etc. Our three priority areas, or four really, but science for policy, universality of science, international research collaboration, and these things all really fit together, and they all relate to policy for science in a sense. I'll come back to these. So just first of all, research collaboration. We've been working with a whole variety of partners over decades, quite frankly, to identify and address major issues of importance for science and society, and to facilitate the interaction among science across all disciplines in small countries. So, universality, I just want to emphasize that it's certainly our view that all scientists, regardless of gender, race, etc., are involved in this. And we do have what is called a Committee on the Freedom and Responsibility of Science, that's down here, and also on freedom and responsibility in the conduct of science. We stress freedom, but we also stress that scientists have responsibility to actually report in a real way what they're doing, not to mislead, etc., etc. So we work on those broad aspects, what we call freedom and responsibility of science. Science for policy. Independent authoritative advice to stimulate constructive dialogue. I regularly point out that the Council of Science is a non-governmental organization. I'm just chatting with my friend here from UNESCO about that, having been on the World Meteorological Organization Executive Council. To say you get certain politics involved in any of UN-type agencies, it's naturally arises. You get politics too, but it's hopefully non-governmental, to individuals and those kinds of things. On the science policy advice, though, well, what I wanted to just mention is that at our recent International Council for Science General Assembly in Auckland, New Zealand, we had a science policy advisors meeting. We had representatives of over 40 countries. We had the science advisors who report to their presidents, prime ministers, whatever, of countries like New Zealand, Australia, Japan, India, China, European Union, UK, France, South Africa, and I'm forgot a few others, and probably a couple hundred people in the room. Now, the plan is to work with the OECD and possibly other partners to put together a series of these meetings, have major events biannually, say every 2 years, to have a big event, the kind we had in New Zealand, and say what we might call workshops regularly. This kind of meeting we're having here is in a sense a workshop on a particular aspect of that science policy advice. So we want to build this network of scientists working together with policymakers, with broad ranges of community people to better work out how we can better inform policymakers on the science that is relevant, and at the same time better inform scientists how to better do and understand and translate and communicate science we need for policy. And I'm going to throw in a couple of examples here that not all science is initially driven by, let's say, policy ideas. And one example is back in the 1980s, we suddenly saw this thing called the stratospheric ozone hole. And that was not expected, really, except that back in the 70s, people said, like Knudsen, Roland, Molino, and others, put together papers on the cause and identified it with CFC. And they actually won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1995. But interestingly, you could say, well, why, did that ozone hole happen every year or two? We saw it in 1985, I think it was. But the point is that we had actually had, back in 1957, observations that had been started by the International Geophysical Year, which was sponsored by the International Council social science. So we had put in place observing programs that showed for almost 30 years there wasn't a hole appearing every few years. It was a piece of science, and I think this kind of fundamental background science that we do, social science, natural science, is so important that we can't allow everything to be dictated by the government's needs of yesterday and today and tomorrow, but let's say do some of the other things. So we had all the policy that came out of that, the Vienna Convention, Montreal Protocol, etc. We also had direct measurements of carbon dioxide. The first measurements, again, actually were made in 1957, in that same International Geophysical year, when people put in place the first systematic measurements of carbon dioxide around the world. And so we were able to say again that it had gone from what, 320 parts per million men up to 400. Then, because science was put together, there was the International Geosphere Biosphere Program, which Carlos knows at the time, which actually goes back to thousands of years. We were able to show the past history. And again, this was science done initially because of scientific interest, wanting to understand things, and then it allows us to put in context this huge increase we've seen in the less than 150 years. So, climate change. I often hear the statement that climate change is a new issue. To show my age, I was a graduate student in the late 1960s. My professor, Bob Stewart, would come back from international meetings of something called the Global Atmospheric Research Program, set up by the Council of Science and the World Meteorological Organization, which actually had as its objective to understand the physical basis of climate. And he would talk about the drought in the Sahel as a climate change, possibly variation, but they were thinking back in the 60s. This is climate change we're starting to see. So this is not a new issue for scientists, but we have been looking at it. And it was interesting when I think back on it, is social science interpretations of what the response should be if we decided the Sahel drought was climate change were pretty naive when I think about it. Nonetheless, we at least thought about it as an issue. Moving ahead, we have, that was then converted in 1980 into the World Climate Research Program with all of the sponsors, the Council of Science, World Meteorological Organization, the Geographic Committee, and with the responsibility, the objective of determining the predictability of climate, the effects and the effects of human activities on climate. So we were starting back in 1980s to put the scientific basis. And just to show you that the way these programs can work internationally is that we did a study. I was the chairman of this committee in the late 80s into the 90s, and around, I think it was around 92 or 3, somewhere in there, we got a consultant and said, "Can you figure out how much is this costing us to run internationally?" It was about $5 million per year international money that went through the Council of Science and co-sponsors to coordinate this project. And how much research were we actually organizing, facilitating, making happen was estimated at the order of $800 million per year. And that's because we could go, in those days, you could go to call a meeting, as we called them, contributors meetings, donor meetings, whatever, and you could get around the table the major funding agencies from all over the world to say, yeah, okay, I'll do that, I'll do that. And quite frankly, during the Cold War, we could play the Russians off against the Americans and get 3 more ships than you'd originally thought you could get. That was politics, social science in a way coming in. So in 1987, the Council of Science started the International the International Geosphere Biosphere Program, which was really to look at those biochemical, physical processes that was all involved in that. And that's what did all of those, among other things, the paleoclimate work. Carlos was on that committee. Were you the chairman of that one too? No. No. Yeah, okay. You were the chairman of that one, not that you were on the WCIP one. Anyway, that's why I keep it those funny places doing all that. Anyway, another area of interest was polar years. Interesting, on the Council of Science, it wasn't called that in those days, in 1882, again in 1932, I should say, that should say 1932, organized, but you know, this idea of big international polar years, and in 2007-8 we had the most recent one that came the Council of Science and World Meteorological Organization. And this one really was a truly interdisciplinary kind of program. Projects, I happen to chair the Canadian committee that gave out the research funding. And we looked very much for interdisciplinary, looking at the social dimensions, human dimensions in Canadian context, the people in the Arctic. I was part of a research program then. We looked at these interdisciplinary cross issues and cultural issues, etc. And again, this was a project that, again, was an example of how, as international scientific groups, we can put together maybe $100,000 we did the planning for the coordination with the order of $2 million, but the whole commitments of governments was the order of $1 billion. And so you can see how the role of international science can work together, combining often, as in these cases, a non-governmental organization and a governmental organization, because it allows you the flexibility of working different channels, I think. I'm off to Japan on, get home from this trip starting tomorrow. And when I was chairman of the World Climate Research Program Science Committee, when I went to Japan in 1990-ish or so, I consult with my Japanese colleagues, and some days I would say, I'm from the World Climate Research Program sponsored by the World Meteorological Organization, because that could get me in to see the head of the Weather Service, the head of the Marine Agency. So if I wanted to meet the head of the Space Agency, I'd say, no, I'm from the International Council for Science. And you could kind of use that set of ownership. And UNESCO's IOC was also helpful with that. So that's another way of doing it. Okay, so we've had these programs, World Climate Research Program, IPCC. I've not mentioned Diversitas, but that was very important. Biological Diversity Program started in 91. There are two programs, I put them down here because they like fit exactly, but the two programs to really build capacity, enhance capacity initially globally, and then it was decided for a variety of reasons to create one called START International, which is for Africa and Asia, and Inter-American Institute for the Western Hemisphere. And many of us here in this room have been part of the Inter-American Institute on Global Change Research. I'm getting my acronyms mixed up. How many people have been on IAI besides me and my friends in the front row there? Anyway, this is still going on. It's a program that the Secretariat runs projects, and again, they are when I was on its executive board in the 90s, we agreed that every project must have at least 4 countries with bona fide participant, not just places put a name on and pretend they're really involved. They had to be people you could show were really involved. And they're now expanding so that it's basically saying that they must be not only 4 countries, but also across the disciplines. So I think that's very useful. The International Human Dimensions Program started in about 96. In 2001, we tried to bring them all together in the Earth System Science Partnership. Another program, Integrated Research on Disaster Risk, came up in 2008. And most recently, the Urban Health and Well-Being Program was originated. And I'll just say that the group in the circle, more or less, are now part of what we're calling Future Earth, which I'll come back to. I did want to mention, and since we're talking about disciplinary things, that if you look back in the early years, this was purely natural scientists. But as we moved more in time, you can see it became more of a partnership with the Council of Science and the International Social Science Council. So through the last, 3 or 4 of the last projects are now joint projects, social science and natural sciences working together. So just on the question of science to policy, I wanted to quickly also go through a little bit of things. I guess you'll tell me when I'm running short. In 1985, the Council of Science, with some input from UN agencies, started holding meetings. One held in Villach, Austria in 1985, chaired by Bert Bolin of Sweden, who was representing the Council of Science at that time. And they came up with this statement: many important economic and social decisions are being made today on long-term projects, all based on the assumption that past climate data, without modification, are a reliable guide to the future. This is no longer a good assumption. And out of that came the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Partially, and I can send you the reference when you want to see it, from a colleague of mine in Canada who actually chaired the meeting in Geneva in 1988, is the feeling of some countries they didn't want that non-governmental organization, the Council of Science, is putting out reports. Let's get it under control, make it governmental. That's another issue. But let me just say that the important thing was the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is intergovernmental. It's under WMO and UNEP. It's done all these science assessments. They are to be policy relevant, but not policy prescriptive. It's an important way of looking at things. We're not trying to tell governments to do this, but say, if you do this, this is what happens. If you do that, this is what else happens, so on. And they, importantly, as not often, sometimes not seem to be realized by government agencies or people I've heard talking to the government, they chatter on as though IPCC does the science. It does not do science. Deliberately does not do science. It relies on the science generated by global programs, etc. We have to keep reminding them of that. There is more recently a program which you may not have heard of, but it's really just starting to go now, the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, IPBES, which was led in its development by Diversitas and the International Human Dimensions Program. And it has objectives somewhat similar to the IPCC, but it's just starting its mandate and looking ahead, and so we're looking for that. The question on disaster risk reduction, where is the science assessment role? I'll come back to on the next slide. So here we have, in my schematic way, we have all this science from global science community with these two major programs, plus others, feeding into the IPCC, and that feeds into the UNFCCC. And we're going to have a presentation by, anyway, later today. We have now with the new IPBES, these projects and others again feeding into IPBES, into the Convention on Biological Diversity, etc. And we have now brought these together, not entirely fully, but nonetheless, the idea is that Future Earth, Research for Global Sustainability will work together to bring these through and help feed into, and I'll come back to this, these science policy roles. Integrated Research on Disaster Risk Program, there is no assessment process formally right now, but there is a meeting being held in Sendai, Japan next year, next March, to create the new Hyogo framework for action. Somebody talked about this earlier today. And so we are having actually the Council of Science and partners, a whole bunch of them are holding meetings now regularly to try and put in place a recommendation and possibly even a draft of what a science assessment process should be. And there's a whole flurry of meetings. I'm actually supposed to be in Paris tomorrow. I won't be, I'm here, but to attend a meeting on that process. So we're trying to put together something that would be an agreed to recommendation to the Sendai meeting next that's the third World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction, how to put in place a science assessment process and some statements supporting the science to be done. So 2015 is the coming year. It's a critical year for science to policy. The UNFCCC will have its conference of the parties in Paris. There will be one this fall in Lima. And this needs to feed into it in the right way. And we have been requested by the French government authorities to co-convene some science activities. As I said, we'll have the World Conference on Disaster Reduction in Sendai in March, and we're working with the UN Strategy for Disaster Reduction as what is called a organizing partner on science and technology major group to feed into the PEPCOM. And again, another thing that's on the plate that we should all be looking into, but I don't know how many people are actually involved in it, is this whole process of, since the Millennium Development Goals were all agreed to in 2000, and they are to be completed successfully or otherwise in 2015, the idea of the UN is to convert these to the Sustainable Development Goals for all countries. And I've been participating in meetings at the UN General Assembly, or well, actually, ECOSOC, in July, where we made presentations, and there's now a series of meetings going on as to how does science feed into not only defining new sustainable development goals, but how do you motivate countries to actually do them, and how do you actually monitor so that you can say they've actually done it. So much of this is said, oh yeah, we did that, but they hadn't. So let's just say that we're working on all this, the Social Science Council and the Council for Science together. And I just emphasize it in my opinion, and there's many more than this, but these three policy issues, which are unfortunately dealt with, if you go back to the previous diagram, by three different sets of UN processes: the climate process, the disaster process, the Sustainable Development Goal process. They really need to become one, brought together so they reinforce each other. They're not separate activities. And we need to make sure they bring in those issues of sustainable development, poverty eradication, global security, etc. So moving right along, sustainable development, we all know what it is. One last thing, I did want to emphasize that I always look at this and say that means we need to see the future. We need to be able to project ahead. And so we have the program called Future Earth Research for Global Sustainability. Its objective is to provide the knowledge required for societies in the world to face the risk posed by global environmental change and seize the opportunities in the transition to global sustainability. And just to preface what I'm going to say in the next slide or two is that I think we need to think that global environmental change the only thing we're talking about here. I think we need to think this through. Anyway, so these are its themes: dynamic planet, global development, transformations towards sustainability. And I just raised the questions, which I've heard you talking about today. I added this little box since I've been listening to many of you during today. You know, the whole questions of social equity, poverty reduction, human rights, security, violence, international law, etc. Those are issues that probably don't yet fit in the minds of many who are looking at these three envelopes. And we need to make sure that either they're there or we find other ways of addressing them. And we need to also connect this global process to regional national programs, such as the things we are hearing talked again about today, some of those interesting acronyms. Yeah. Julia had all these interesting acronyms on cosmopolitan. Anyway, well, that one, anyway, yeah. I may be a quasi-social scientist, but I still haven't been able to learn to pronounce half the words. But I know realism and constructivism. Anyway, that one. If you're not aware, I have a PhD in physics, but I'm a professor of political science and geography now. Okay, so what is the concept of Future Earth, which is really different and important, and I think in a very critical way? It's this idea of what I like to emphasize, co-design. Typically scientists, and I think social science is the same way, you design a program, it's a huge workshop, bring all the scientists together, and 10 years later you've done it over 10 years, you come back, report the results and say, here they are. Aren't you happy? To all the stakeholders. What we're trying to do here is to create a co-design program where the stakeholder groups do what we're calling an engagement committee, which is now in the process of being set up, and going broader will actually help to design the science program. What is it we actually need to study and why? And how would you modify it based on that stakeholder input? We want to have that co-production, so it is, as they're using the words, transdisciplinary, stakeholder involvement, etc., etc. And when we get the results, as they will come out continuously, a co-delivery, so it's not just scientists standing up at meetings and blathering on about something, but we actually have a process of delivering these results to the communities that need them. And there needs to be that stakeholder academic involvement together throughout. We want to use opportunities like assessment and the convention processes, the SDS forum that I'll be at next week in Kyoto, national, regional, international conferences, etc. And that will be what we want to do with Science for Policy. So I wanted to mention very quickly 2 other projects which are not part of Future Earth, but we need to make sure they are linked, otherwise we're going to end up with problems. Integrated research on disaster risk, as it has its objective. What are the hazards, vulnerability, and risk? By necessity, interdisciplinary. How do you have effective decision making? Whether that's the individual who, in Canada, when you put out a tornado alert, it seems, of course, like you see on television, that half the parents run out, stick the kids on the back porch, get the movie camera going, so they can be on national television of their kids being exposed as this tornado comes rolling up behind them. I want those people arrested, but they do it every time we have a tornado. You see somebody on television doing that. Anyway, but it's also effective decision-making right up to the global governmental levels, national and global. And how do you actually reduce risk, curb losses, some specifics? So that project is underway with the sponsorship of the Social Science Council, the UN, and Science. We also have a new program called Health and Well-Being in a Changing Urban Environment, a systems analysis approach sponsored by the Council of Science with the Inter-Academy Medical Panel. Again, this is, don't try and follow that diagram, but it's the only one I could find. It's this complexity of an urban environment, health, social issues, etc. is what they're addressing. They're just starting. It's a brand new program. The International Program Office will open in China in December. So, just to end, I think we need to address, as I say, the issues of intergenerational and international equity for the health of the people on the planet, Science for Policy, Policy for Science. And if you haven't seen these characters, that's my grandson, 2 of my granddaughters, my daughter, her husband. That's my arm in there, but I knew you didn't want to see me. And I can only assume my other granddaughter must have been standing with my wife taking the picture, because I can't find her in that. I couldn't find one with them all in. And these are grandchildren of somebody else on our planet. And so we need to do it for, as I once said when I was briefing our federal cabinet in Canada, when they said to me, what on earth, you want us to do this, this, and this, and nothing will happen between now and the next election? Why would we do that? I said, you do it for your grandchildren or children. And I only had 2 grandchildren then, but they appeared on the front page of the national newspaper when I told that story. My daughter got remarried, so she doubled the number of grandkids overnight. Anyway, thank you for your attention. We'll talk later.
Thank you very much for such a nice conference. So now we move to the talk by Gabriel Blanco, who's going to talk about technologies for mitigation and adaptation in this scenario.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity to bring this information to you now, and information coming from the IPCC first, and then I'm going to move to the UNFCCC, and then some concluding remarks from my side, and hopefully could be food for thought for the work of ICSU in the near future. So let me start then by bringing some results from the IPCC AR5, the assessment report number 5 of the IPCC. And I'm sure you know this information, but it's good to always to recall this these figures and these numbers. This is emissions of CO2 from 1750, so prior to the Industrial Revolution, to the present. And you can see here for different, in the left panel, these emissions from different regions in the world. And in the right panel, this is cumulative emissions. So this is the aggregate numbers from 1750 to 1970 to 1990, and then the last bar on the right side is from 1750 to 2010. So you can see here the flow of emissions in the left, and the cumulative emissions on the right, and the different regions, as I said. So it's important to, I want you to recall that the shape of the lines on the left panel, because we will see something, and I want in a few minutes that I want to relate to that. Then other ways to look at these emissions, different perspectives have taken by the IPCC. Here is again greenhouse gas emissions, but just for the last 40 years, 4 decades, and this is per region as well. And then on the right panel you have per capita emissions, a different perspective, and then you see how the different regions differentiate from the others. So another perspective is emissions by group of gases. Again, here we can see, as an important feature of this figure in particular, is that the last decade, at least from 2000 to 2010, the growth in emissions was larger than in the previous 3 decades. This is the numbers, the small number that you have on the top. And of course, CO2 dominates the scene here. So again, one of the perspectives that the IPCC has taken on emissions. And the last one here is emissions by sectors. Here again, you have energy, industry, and transport dominating the scene again. And of course, that is related to the combustion of fossil fuels. And then in green, the bottom area is emissions coming from land use and land use change, basically deforestation. That is what we're talking about, deforestation. So this is what we have now. This is this increase in emission flows is despite of the efforts being made at international level and at national level as well. So the scenario is really worrisome. So this is what we have. The IPCC in this late report sort of looked for a solution space for that for this issue, and then it looked first at a possible emission pathway from now, or from 2000 to 2100 at the end of the century. And the different scenarios are shown here in this figure in different colors. The only one that leads us to a reasonable future, meaning keeping the temperature of the planet below 2 degrees increase with respect to the pre-industrial temperature, is the scenario in blue at the very bottom. Among all these scenarios, the only one, I repeat, the only one that leads us to a reasonable future is the one in the future. That is the pathway that emissions should follow if we want to have something decent by mid-century or at the end of the century. And how to achieve that? How to achieve this scenario, which is a scenario that it has different names, but in terms of concentration of greenhouse gas emission, it should go between 430 and 480 part ppm of CO2 equivalent. But this is what the IPCC says in the report. Basically, there is a need for a transformation required mainly in the energy sector, and it recommends or tells about a couple of things: a more rapid improvement of energy efficiency, and then a number of energy or technologies to be implemented in the near future. Renewables, talks about nuclear energy, and it also talks about kind of crazy things like carbon capture and storage. I will tell you that about later if you are interested in that. But these are the kind of solution that the IPCC is proposing in the report. But I have to say something about this. Is another way to see this. This is depending on the scenario that you want to be, then the amount of low carbon energy share of primary energy should have. But this is a little bit complicated figure. Comes from the IPCC report, but again, it shows the tremendous amount of effort that it needs to be done, in particular in the energy sector. Again, energy including transportation as well. How to bridge the gap, at least from a technological point of view. And again, this is a figure that you usually see everywhere. This comes not from the IPCC. I bringing this from a UNEP report. It is clearer than the other one from the IPCC. But it shows that all the technology possibilities that you may have in different sectors, power sector, industry, transport, buildings, waste, forestry, agriculture, all the technological improvement that you can get in all these sectors to bring the emissions that would follow the dash line to the top back or down to the emissions that will keep the global temperature at a decent level. So, but this is again the technological approach that, in my view, and I was part of this report, but I have to say that unfortunately this is the solution space that the IPCC mainly follow for to reach this scenario, the 2 degrees scenario. But okay, someone wants to get in. Drivers. When you look at drivers of emissions, you start seeing what I'm saying. What are the drivers for emission? In the IPCC report, what we did is just to look for what we call the immediate drivers. These are factors that influence the emissions directly, and these are 4 main. In particular, when we talk about energy, but since energy is the most important sector, then these 4 drivers are key. And one is population, the other one is the GDP per capita, third one is energy intensity of so how much energy you use to produce 1 unit of GDP, and finally the emissions, the carbon emissions or the GHG emissions in your energy mix. So these are 4 immediate drivers. These influence the emissions almost directly. And when you look at these 4 drivers and how they evolve in the last 40 years, you see first the CO2 emissions per unit of energy. So how much dirty is your energy mix? And you can see that in 1970, you start, or these factors start in 1, and 4 decades later continue almost at the same level. So we have not changed the kind of energy resources that we are using globally. When you look at the second factor, this is the energy intensity, how much energy you use to produce, how efficient you are for producing goods and services. And we were good in the last 4 decades. If you look at this second line now, we move from 1 to, let's say, 0.6. This is very good. We are using less energy to produce 1 unit of GDP. Let us look at the third factor, or the third driver, immediate driver. And this is the GDP per capita. And this is related fundamentally to consumption of goods and services. And this moved from 1 in 1970 to 2 in 2010. These are actual data at a global level. This is actual data coming from all countries in the world and aggregated to create these global figures. The fourth factor, population, and this is a straight line going from 1 to, let's say, 1.8, something close to that. So these are the four factors. If you now multiply the four factors, what you get is the emissions of greenhouse gases. And this is the last line I want to show you. And this goes from 1 to 2.2, something close to that. And this is interesting. It comes to my mind immediately the following. We were doing good in terms of the consumption of energy to produce 1 unit of GDP. Again, this is very much related to your efficiency in producing goods and services. It's very much related to the technological improvement that you can have. But even that, even if we were good at that, we cannot overcome the increase in consumptions of goods and services related to the GDP per capita. So this is an interesting story. I'm going to come back to this in 2 minutes. So in addition to this immediate driver, there are other drivers. We call it in the IPCC underlying drivers. And these are mainly other issues like fossil fuels endowment and availability that you may have in your country. So consumption patterns in different regions, different countries. Within countries, different consumption patterns within social classes within countries. Structural and technological changes and choices. And of course, behavioral choices at the personal level, at the social level. So these are underlying drivers. These drivers are subject to policy. And through policies that can modify or alter these drivers, you can in turn alter the immediate drivers that modify the emissions. These are much more difficult to assess in a quantitative terms, much more complicated. The other ones are numbers. You can collect those numbers, put the figures in there, multiply, divide, and etc., and you can get it. These are much more difficult. Actually, the IPCC doesn't get into the quantification of the influence of these drivers. Just addresses these drivers, but in a qualitative term. So now let us go quickly through the negotiations on technology and the UNFCCC. And then after going through this quickly, I'm going to join the two things, IPCC, UNFCCC. So what's going on in the UNFCCC? You know that this convention has some provisions for technology development and transfer. Developed countries are supposed to help developing countries on technology issues. And the discussion has been going on for years and years until 2010, when finally the technology mechanism was established under the UNFCCC. And this is to facilitate this technology development and transfer. This is how it looks like. This technology mechanism depends directly from the Conference of the Parties, the COP, and it has two branches, two pillars. One is the Technology Executive Committee that mainly gives policy recommendations to the COP on this particular matter, technology development and transfer. And the other pillar is the CTCN, the Climate Technology Center and Network. And this is to provide services, technical assistance to parties to the convention through what we call the NDEs, which are the national designated entities. And of course, then there is a network of institutions. This network is being built up now as we speak. So this is how the technology mechanism looks like. It's up and running now. It's quite new. It has 2 years, so in UN terms, that is really very, very little, very short time, but it's working. And it has, in my view, I'm part of that from the very beginning and negotiated this thing. I'm the chair of the tech now, and so I'm very much involved in this. And I have to say that it has some potential. It will depend, but it has some potential to deliver actual things on the ground. However, there are different perspectives in the UNFCCC around this issue, around technology development and transfer. And we have, of course, one vision about that says that what is needed is developing countries to create enabling environments, and then the private sector can jump into developing countries and bring new technologies, etc. That is the way that technology is transferred to developing countries. Of course, this is advocated by developed countries, this vision. The other vision is a more comprehensive one, at least in my view, and it considers that every step in the technology cycle, from research, development, demonstration, all the way to commercialization, etc., are equally important. So all these stages should be considered. So this is, of course, the vision advocated by developing countries. So, okay, one vision is about pull factors. So you create an enabling environment, and this will pull the technologies to your country. Of course, that this approach is not going to be enough, because there are many stages in the technology cycle that cannot be covered by private sector, and also some technologies that will not be covered by this sector, by private sector. For instance, as it says there, technologies for adaptation to climate change. These are not commercial technologies usually, and they are very much needed in many countries. So what the developing countries are asking for is push factors. So they are asking developed countries to push the private sector to come and push for financial support for these kind of activities that are not part of the private initiative at all. So in the end, the technology mechanism created or established a couple of years ago is to promote this more balanced approach where pull and push factors are equally important, and public and private sectors have distinctive but key roles to play in all this. So this is a little bit, just in a nutshell, what's going on about technology in the UNFCCC. However, let me now bring the two issues together. What happened in the IPCC and what is going on in the UNFCCC is basically the same. Both IPCC and UNFCCC are looking at economic and technological solutions to climate change. I have to admit that there are exceptions to this, and it's important to mention. I have to say that some parties are not looking only at technology and economic solutions to climate change, and I have to mention Bolivia, for instance. I have to mention India. They are looking at different issues around technology and around climate change in general. But climate change, as we know, is just an emergence, is the tip of an iceberg, as I put it there in the screen, of an iceberg of much deep problems, social, environmental, economic problems, as we know. And let me bring a little bit of history. And we all know this, but it's always good to remember. The challenge we face now is not technological. It's anchored in the current paradigm of unlimited economic growth, as we all know. We believe that we can grow forever. And every time this growth bumps down, then we are very much concerned, like the crisis in 2008. And of course, it's based also in this idea of unlimited natural resources. And this idea has a philosophical basis on these people that are named on the screen right now. Francis Bacon,
Descartes, Newton, Locke, Adam Smith, of course. And these ideas were possible mainly for the discovery, exploitation, and use of fossil fuels. And if you don't believe that, let me just show you this figure that shows the evolution of the energy resources, primary energy resources, again, from the Industrial Revolution to the present. And now, please remember the figure that we saw at the very beginning with the evolution of the CO2 emissions. And remember the shape of that figure, and now look at the shape of these figures. So, but these ideas, unlimited growth, unlimited resources, etc., had led to assess human activities only in terms of economic cost and benefit. And I have to say that from the very beginning, even before the Industrial Revolution, economists and engineers have completely forgotten about environmental issues, about the limits our planet about imposed on us, about the limit of the natural cycle of the planet. There is a need for integration, and this is my final section of this presentation, and this is what I believe could be put for thought for ICSU. Come on in. Yeah. So there is a need to begin a transition to sustainable way of producing goods and services, and this new approach should measure and evaluate activities in a different way, and this new approach should integrate economic, social, and environmental and political dimensions, all dimensions of sustainability. So there is a clear need for that. We cannot continue with the idea that economic will do it all, and will measure all our activities and assess all our activities. So in this sense, let me say that there are good news, and the good news is that new methodologies are now emerging. These methodologies have a more holistic approach to assess our activities, and I can give some examples, and you can see on the screen: ecological footprints, integrated balances for companies and firms, multi-criteria analysis, and there are some more. And these methodologies bring together different criteria for different dimensions in a way that you can even aggregate and then analyze in that way. However, there is a need for reaching out, and again, this is something that ICSU can take care of. And we need to reach out policymakers. We need to reach out to private sector, companies, firms, etc., the media, and people, the general audience. So there is a need for that, and I could include there, of course, the academic community or the scientific community, if you wish. And finally, of course, this approach is part of should be part of a new paradigm where we can start looking at society, nature as an indivisible whole, as it says in the screen. And again, I want to thank you, and happy to take any comment or question later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. Now, next up, we are going to hear about the Amazonia. That is a concern for everybody.
Boa tarde.
buenas tardes, good afternoon to all. Thanks again for the invitation. I think when I saw the program, I thought what I could bring to this very illustrious conference that could add to the discussions. And I decided to talk a little bit about the Amazon. This is very close to my heart and also to interests of Latin America, the Amazonian countries in particular. And to give a few examples